Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, event hustlers. I don't know where in the world you are, but thank you so much for joining us. Today, I am really excited about this content. I really like to host events where I want to learn about the same topic as I think many of you want to learn about as well. I have been watching the industry change over the course of the last year, especially. It has changed dramatically over the course of the last year. And virtual and hybrid, these are the big keywords everyone has been talking about, but really been thinking about how do we do it better? How do we know what we're talking about? I know not just some of you, but sometimes with me, even I am in these conversations. I'm talking about virtual, I'm talking about hybrid, and I'm kind of hoping they don't ask me too many questions because there's a lot of technical stuff I'm still wrapping my hands around. And so I thought it would be great to dive in today and really help us all get a deeper dive into the nuts and bolts and all the really important stuff we need to understand, not only for our clients, but for ourselves, so that we can really be executing successful, great virtual events. So thank you for joining me. If you have never been a part of the Techsy Talk community before, welcome. We are a community of really passionate event producers, planners, organizers who love community, we love collaboration, and we love learning. I think something like what you're tuning into now, whether you're watching us in our Facebook group, which is where the primary audience is, or LinkedIn, YouTube, wherever you're watching us from, this is pretty unique, right? You don't typically see just really rock star lineup and rock star content that's available. It's just out there and wanting you to interact with it. So I'm really excited to be able to offer that today. In part, thanks to our great sponsor, Twine. Twine is a networking tool. We had a pre-event mixer with them yesterday, and it was so much fun. We had over 700 minutes of conversations. We had 140 different connections that were made between two people. And these conversations were 5-minute speed networking opportunities for us to just get to know people. And it was really fun experience. So thank you for joining us for that as well. So I see that you guys are tuning in. I see John is here. Please let me know that you're here in the comments. We want you to be an active part of this conversation. I am certainly not here to just talk to myself and hear our guests speak. I'm happy if that's what happens. These amazing guests share their knowledge and I learn. That's cool. But we definitely want you to be a part of this experience and to learn as well. So John, good morning. Ramon, good morning, Ramon. You have all the energy, so we need you up here on the stage as well. Sheila says, Twine was really fun yesterday. Thanks for the opportunity, and thank you for participating today. Twine is such a cool tool, and it was a good way. I think event professionals, first of all, I talked to one person. I said, hey, how are you loving this? How are you liking the Twine experience? And they said, this is the most fun I've had in an entire year. Because if you think about it, as event professionals, we love to network with each other. We love to have that interaction, but we haven't had it. The other benefit of something like Twine last night was that you get to dive in and see what it's like as an attendee. And that's what we love to do at Techsy Talk, is show you what these tools are really like so that you can recommend them to your clients, not just from watching a demo, but from actually seeing what the product looks and feels like. John says, props to Anne and Twine. Great and valuable experience from yesterday. I see Marcel is here. Bonjour. Thank you, by the way, for inviting lots of your friends to the event. I saw you adding tons of people to the event earlier today, so I hope they're all able to join us. Love that energy and just that community feel. We're here to let everyone connect and meet as many good people as possible while we learn together. Wendy Porter is here from Minneapolis. I do see there are a few people here using the Facebook username. So just a reminder, if you are joining us on Facebook, which a lot of you are, please go to facebook.com/StreamYard, and that will just give us access. You just have to push one button. It'll give us access to see your picture and your name. Love to see who you are so that we don't just refer to you as Facebook user, especially because today's event is a little bit unique in terms of format. It's something that I don't do very often, which is that it's 5 hours long, which is a ton of content for virtual. And I'm even doing something, we'll talk a little bit more about this later, but we're even taking like a short break, which usually doesn't happen very often in the virtual space. So great opportunity for us to just try new things and see how it works, what the challenges are, and what the benefits of everything are. So we want to make sure that we can see you all throughout today. I don't want to be calling you Facebook users all day. All right, let's see what else we have. Adrian, thank you so much for joining us. He says he will be in and out today. So excited you could join. And yes, this content is streaming straight through from beginning to end from 10 a.m. Eastern time until around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So it's quite a lot of content. We understand that you guys have lots of other things to do. So we have built in a 30-minute break right in the middle there around 12:30 Eastern time. Again, this is kind of new and interesting in the virtual space to play with the idea of giving people a break. And will you come back? I believe you will, because we have amazing speakers. And so this would be a great opportunity for you to catch what you can. We will have the recordings available for anything that you missed. But as all Taxi Talk event hustlers know, you're going to miss a lot of the really good content if you're not here live, because it's all the interaction, the ability to ask these amazing speakers your questions directly. So I do hope you can join us for a lot of it. So I see someone is joining us here from Montana. We have Scott joining. First time visitor, welcome to the Taxi Talk community. He's joining from Philly virtually. Very exciting. I see Podio Box is here from Switzerland. We are streaming here on Facebook. We are also streaming on my LinkedIn page and on YouTube. So depending on where you want to catch this, the majority of our community is in our Facebook Taxi Talk community group. And so that's where the majority are. All right. We see Andrea saying hi from Chicago. Thank you so much for joining. All right. So we are going to get into the content very, very soon. I have James Spellos, the amazing, this guy is someone who knows event technology inside and out. He is constantly pushing the boundaries and teaching me new things and really getting me to take this seriously and learn the details, which are so, so important. We were talking yesterday about privacy just between the two of us and all the privacy settings you have on your browser. And I was saying, I'm just not good at it. Like I keep turning it off. I turn it on. I know it's the right thing to do. And then I get distracted and I get annoyed that it's like a little bit harder to do something and I turn it off. And it's just, he's constantly pushing me to learn. So he's our first guest. He's going to be joining us in just a few minutes. He's here already waiting in the background. So please say hi to him in the chat. But before we get into that, I would love to know, I see that you guys are checking in from, telling me where you're watching from, but I'd love to know what you are hoping to learn today. So I'm going to give you a few seconds to do that. Talking to myself is always long in these first 10 minutes, but I'm going to just pause for a few seconds. And I'm going to ask you to write in the chat wherever you're watching, why are you here? Why are you taking time out of your day to focus on this fast lane content where we're talking about this deep dive into virtual and hybrid? We have a wide range of topics today, everything from kind of the nuts and bolts, the fundamentals of what we need to be thinking about, through to monetization and virtual production 2.0 and everything in between. So what is it that is making you join us today? So I'm going to, first of all, let's see here. John says he interviewed James Spellos yesterday, and he knows he will drop tech nuggets today. You guys should definitely watch. John, if you can put the link to that podcast in here in the chat as well so that people can see it, that would be great. All right, let's see. Ramon says he is here. Honestly, he doesn't know what he doesn't know, so he hopes to learn about what he doesn't know today, which is very much what I think many of us are here for. Wendy wants to know, what's the coolest, most innovative thing you have seen with tech for virtual events, and where do you see things going in the future? I think this is something we will address pretty much in every session. I will weigh in as we go along as well. There is a ton of innovation that's happened over the last year and is constantly happening. I mean, these companies are working 24 hours a day and hiring like mad to expand their capabilities. So lots of exciting things to talk about. Sheila says she is excited to learn how to make virtual more engaging and how to make hybrid more affordable and less stressful. Everyone wants to know those two keys. Let's see here. Jasmine is a faithful Taxi Talk user. She is always at our events. And this poor girl is in Singapore. So she's always, it's 10 o'clock at night there. A lot of our events, Taxi Talk for whatever reason, are like lunchtime, my time, New York time, which is 1 o'clock, and she's always there. So thank you, Jasmine, for being here again. She says she's trying to find a way to run a hybrid event as if it's one event rather than 2.5. Very good point. So lots of good comments coming in here, but I don't want to start with Jim being late because he has so much good stuff to say. So keep the comments coming in. We're going to keep this as engaging as possible. And I know Jim is really passionate about that as well. So first, Let me just welcome him to the stage. Jim, thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, Liz, thank you. Pleasure is all mine. Can't wait to share some stuff and interact with all the attendees.
Yes, and thank you for listening to me just ramble on for the last 10 minutes. I saw you standing here
I
backstage.
was waiting.
It's nice to have the face down in the studio. I can see you smiling. And so, even though I'm seeing all the comments from attendees, it's nice to have you there. So, you and I were talking about content for this particular day. And I originally approached you about this idea of fundamentals, kind of the basic stuff that, quite frankly, I think everyone needs to know, and they think they know it or they hope that they know it, but they're not really sure. And so that's where we're going to start today. You have some fundamentals for us. And then we're also going to go into kind of another session, which we'll set up afterwards. But I don't want to take up too much of your time. I want to pass it over to you, but really excited to hear. I think this is a really important place to start, is just what do we need to be thinking about in the virtual space?
Well, absolutely. Actually, I want to start with a game. So is that okay with you?
Of course.
Cool. Okay. So when I was a kid, my one of my favorite game shows was the Match Game. I don't know if people watched it. If you're old enough, you remember it. If not, perhaps you watch it on YouTube. It's out there. But the whole idea of it is it had these panelists who tried to guess a word after a sentence that matched the people who were the celebrities. So I have a question for everyone that's going to be a blank with the answer, and they're going to need to fill in the blank, and I want them to do it through the chat. So here's the question. And Liz, you can enter it as well. In
Okay.
order to run a great virtual meeting, you must know your blank. So fill in the word blank. And once everyone fills in the word blank, we'll take a look at maybe what I put in there, and we'll see how it goes. So again, be careful about what word you use. This is still PG rated, so you must know your blank. We're going to keep it on the up and up in terms of what you want to put in there.
Yes.
Okay, so audience, three times with audience. Love the
Four.
four. Wow, wow. You get platform. Okay, there we go. I haven't seen yours yet, Liz.
Oh, I need to put mine in.
Technology and platform, audience. Know why you're hosting the meeting, outcomes, audience. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is just a runaway, isn't it? Which is really, really, really cool. So why don't we actually take care of this right now to be able to see what everyone is doing and sort of compare it to what I'm doing. So we're going to do a quick little switch here, and just let me know. You can see my screen, right?
Yep.
That's perfect. So in order to run a great virtual meeting, you must know your blank. And I have three answers for that. And I think you guys have been pretty much on target. Number one, you must know your group, you must know your audience, and no question about it. That's number one. That's meeting planning 101, right? Number two, you must know your objectives. What's the purpose of what you're doing? And number three, not saying most or least importantly, you must know your budget. What I find interesting here is technology isn't one of those words. And quite frankly, let's understand who we are. And I was a planner for 20 years before I started teaching. And I look at us as being the ultimate in generalists. What I mean by that is, well, let's face it, we're not lawyers, but we know how to negotiate pretty darn good contracts. And we're not chefs, but we can do an awful great job about picking the right food for the right event and set it up beautifully. So what is it about us regarding technology that we're so fearful of? We don't have to know it all, but we got to know the basics. And by just knowing the basics and knowing the questions to ask, or as Ramon said in the chat, finding out what he doesn't know is really the ultimate approach to being able to be successful with this. Now Liz did ask me to keep this very straightforward and very basic. So the first 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to keep it on the basic side. So right now, in order to be basic, we got to understand some terms, and terms that oftentimes are misunderstood. Term number one, bandwidth. And I don't have to read what's on the screen. I know you can. But the thing with bandwidth is most people talk about this as connection speed. But really, it isn't that. It's how big, how wide that pipeline is in order to get information up and down. Clearly, it's easy for us to make that mistake. And quite frankly, if you call it connection speed, you're not going to be far off. But what's the maximum that you can get going up and down? Now, we're going to get to that in a second. Most people think that's where all the problems lie. But quite frankly, there's another issue you need to know about, and that's latency. And that's the delay. Imagine you're doing a search on Google. From the time you hit enter after you put the Google search in, how long does it take to get that information out to Google, get the answer, and get it back to you? That's latency. So How much do you have? Let's start with latency. Now, Liz, I'm a geek, okay? I'm an old DOS geek and I love being able to dig deep. So if you have a PC, go to your search bar, not in Google, but on your PC and type in CMD or the word command, and you're going to come up with a command prompt like this. And what does this have to do with latency? But take a look. I put in there the word ping followed by a website. And I used Google because it's one that's easy to get to and get back from information. What's going to happen when I type that in is you're going to see all sorts of responses coming in, and it's going to tell you information that you need to know. It sent 4 packets, 4 pieces of information. It received all 4 of them. That's a good thing. Nothing was lost. And it took about 14 milliseconds, 14 out of 100. That's pretty quick in terms of how fast this can come down. By the way, it's not uncommon for packets to be lost, and you experience it all the time. When you're watching Netflix or any movie, and all of a sudden it gets a little bit fuzzy, or there's a little square piece in the middle of the screen. Guess what? That's not a bandwidth issue. It's a latency issue. Now, how much latency is out there? Well, there's lots that we can go into, from satellite, which has kind of 0.6 of a second, to cell, to DSL, to 5G, which, by the way, the real latency on 5G, the theoretical latency, is 1 millisecond. It's instantaneous. That becomes the game changer. Your cable has about 20 milliseconds of latency, fiber 12. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means is that essentially you need enough bandwidth and enough latency to not have the stop and starting of the conversation of the video. So on your own computer, simple enough. People do it all the time. You type in speed test, you get some information back. You get your download speed. Remember, it's a snapshot. I typically get about 200 meg download here and 10 up, but at any given time, that's going to be less. Google's also going to tell me the latency that I have. So one quick test, I can find out where I am for the most part. So the question now comes back into virtual meetings is, what do you really need? And in talking to a lot of folks, they say 1.5 meg up and down per participant with latency under 100 milliseconds. Well, that should be pretty basic. But the challenge here is going to be your upload speed. Think about it. Most of what we do on the web is download. We download information from Google or from the techsytalk website or from Facebook or from any social media. But when we're dealing with what we have now with a video meeting, we are sending a lot of high bandwidth information up. And upload speed becomes very important. And I do believe when we see the problems in online video conferencing, we haven't done a good job of testing what that is. Now, I know I started this meeting with about 5 minutes of numbers, so I got another way to understand this. So let me share this with you, okay? So it's going to be a quick video that we're going to watch right now, and hopefully you'll get the whole idea. So let's take a look at this. Yeah, you get it? The speed of the pitch that bugs through is bandwidth, and the problem the batters are having is the latency. No, you don't. Okay, never a bad idea to have a Bugs Bunny cartoon in any session, right? But the idea is that bandwidth and latency are 2 different things, and for us, those are the key things we need to know when we're really getting the fundamentals. However, you're going to hear organizations, you're going to hear properties, you're going to hear facilities tell you how much we have. The reality is there's no way you're getting all that at any given point. And in fact, if you believe that, when I talk about the Easter Bunny and Santa, and also believing that your phone's not going to run out of battery life in the most important phone call you have during the day. So understand that whenever you get information, it's a partial piece of information. You're not going to get that full amount all the time. So bandwidth dumb. Let's get with some techie stuff with your camera, okay? Look over here, left side of the screen. You see all this stuff? Those first 3 columns are all the same thing? And I want to explain that to you, because if we get that, we understand what type of camera is needed, because quite frankly, it'll be great when we get into a high-end studio and we can produce it. But for the most part, our virtual meetings right now are using our laptop and a camera. By the way, it should be a separate camera than what's inbred into your computer. You're just going to have a better experience. But look at the resolution, 640 by 480. That's seriously old school. It's like 25, 30 years ago. That's called VGA, but it's also known as, and we can take it from here so you can see it pretty much right at the top here, 480p. That means for how many lines per inch or how many lines per screen gets shown. The more lines, the smaller the piece of information that's there, which means the clearer it is. So you want a high P, you want a high resolution ratio. So I said these three columns are the same. What do I mean by that? Well, 480 clearly comes from the 480 that is here. But if you multiply, you can go to Google right now and multiply 640 by 480, you're going to come up with about 307,000 pixels or 0.3 megapixels. Okay, what does that have to do with what we're talking about? Well, as we go down this list, we get to this 1920 by 1080, and people say that's HD. But be careful of letter I, because that's an interlaced type of broadcast, which means instead of all the lines on your screen happening at once, they happen all the odd lines and all the even lines. So what do you got to know? HD starts here. HD starts at 720p, yet you might look at that and say, that's not good enough for my group. You need to then go on to a 1080p. So now you know what type of camera, what type of resolution you need to get the optimum approach in your presentation. However, the problem ain't your technology. Think about it. The three things that we talked about from Know Your had nothing to do with technology. It had to do with me, had to do with presenters, it had to do with what we do and what we don't do and how engaging the approach is. So let's take a look at a couple of things. Number one, and I wish I could see you all right now because I'd be really on a rampage about the camera being way below the person's eye. Make sure your speakers have the camera at eye level, if not a little bit higher. And in fact, look just beneath the camera. Don't look into it, and clearly don't look at the screen. Lighting, a huge thing, and we can go on for hours about a 3-point lighting program with a key. Not going to happen, really. What's going to be used in the kitchen or the basement or the living room of your keynote speaker, which kind of really is weird to think about, but that's where it's gone to in the past year. So first of all, ring lights, as you see in the picture, very inexpensive. And that'll give you a basic good light from behind your computer. What's really important here, as you see that window in there, avoid the light from windows that are behind you. That's going to suck all the light out of it, and it's why you're going to have a really bad contrast and bad view of whomever is presenting at that point. Frame the image, center it. You can get clever. You can go thirds and 2/3, but make sure that you're pretty much in that image and test it out. So I want to show you something. I got just a couple minutes in this component right here, but I did some practice. These were sort of the post office shots of me that I took from the same room. Boy, it was a horrible shot. So I don't know about that one. And that's probably after way too much wine I was drinking. And that is even fuzzier as well. And wait a minute, you see how bad it is when the shot is coming from underneath the person? I mean, take a look when Liz goes back on camera. Her camera was set up perfectly. And you want to frame your people in a way, again, that's the ones in the post office, by the way. So you want to frame your people in a way to make sure that the camera angle presents you in the best light. Look at the darn camera. Stop looking at the screen. Talk to a friend. I'm looking right now and I'm looking at Liz. I can't see her, but I'm saying, Liz, isn't this really cool that we're able to do this type of meeting and all the great stuff that you've been doing for the community? When you start talking into the camera lens as if it's somebody you know, you take away a lot of those inhibitions that are there. We'll talk a bit about pre-recording, but not much, but it really has a lot of value, especially as we get into the close of this component of what I want to talk about. I want to make sure you have no distractions in the background. That includes babies, puppies, kittens. Get them away from there unless they're going to be on camera with you, in which case keep them there. And please, no stripes, especially black and white. Just don't have it. The camera has a real hard time with that. So walk-through meeting. Liz and I did one a few days ago, and I've done this thousands of times. Liz has done this thousands of times, yet we had a virtual walkthrough meeting. Why? We wanted to test everything out, and that really is more important. I know this is heresy, but it's more important than the technology, because if your speakers or your sponsors or anyone who's on camera can't deliver properly, they're going to lose the audience. How else are you going to lose the audience? By just having a talking head for a while. Why do you think we started with an interactive element here? I don't care if it's polls or chat or Q&A or breakouts, all good. In fact, got to give a lot of respect to Twine last night. I love the mixer. I thought it was a great way to connect with people beforehand. Think about how you're going to facilitate interactivity into your event. It really becomes a critical part of the success of any virtual meeting. Let's now talk about the last thing here, redundancy. 3-point play. What does that mean? You have your speaker, who shouldn't be dealing with the technology. You have your facilitator, that's Liz, who shouldn't be dealing with the technology. And then you have a technical producer. In fact, I love what Liz is doing. You don't know it, but behind the scenes, there's not one, there are two technical producers here. Why? What happens if the internet goes out on one of their systems? Really, really smart. What's your back channel? Oftentimes they'll use the chat that's built in. I like Slack. Some people use texting. I know some people use phone, but for some folks, it's really tough, especially for the MC, to be able to be on a phone call and then be able to do what they need to do live, but have a back channel set up. Now, if something goes wrong, do you have pre-recorded as your redundancy? Have you tested time and time and time again? Streaming onto YouTube and Facebook. Look, we don't know where our audience is, so let's get it out there as many places as possible, unless it's a high cost event, in which case you have to keep it very focused. And did I mention the mandatory pre-event virtual walkthrough? I cannot say that enough in this conversation. So as we end this very short but very important first 15 about fundamentals of virtual. Did I mention redundancy? Great. Okay. Just want to make sure. Important to know that redundancy in what you're doing is going to set you up to succeed. Virtual is not for the faint of heart. You think your live events can fail? Well, throw into that everything that you have that can go wrong live with the technology that you can't control. Matter of fact, I'd like to say failure is and always will be an option, and you better get used to that. And matter of fact, you better embrace it. Because if you don't take any risks, it's going to be a boring old meeting. If you take a risk and it doesn't work, but people know there's a risk that was taken, they're going to be much more accepting of it. Also understand, Liz gets this, and I know she was apologizing for the length of this event, but short attention span theater. We don't have the attention span for a long event. We're not in a room traveling away from our office. Keep it short. Keep it focused. Start on time, end on time. Again, Liz is following all of these, which I think is great. Ethernet, stay away from wireless. True confession, I'm on wireless right now, but don't tell Liz that I am. And did we mention redundancy on this one? Okay, so basics, virtual, successful meeting. Liz, I'm going to turn it back to you for a second or two, because I want to set up for the new normal session, and also want to see if people have any questions or comments about what we just talked about.
Thank you. My goodness. I knew that was going to happen. Jam-packed with so much good information. Let me know, guys, in the comments what you just took away from that last session, because I know that there were a lot of things covered. Even just the discussion of bandwidth is one of those things. Again, it's a term that we all use. We're asking the venues, what's the bandwidth? But do we really know what it means? Do we know what we need? That breakdown by person, super, super helpful. The idea of download versus upload speeds. This content, I'm telling you, you guys are not really finding this elsewhere. And so thank you so much to Jim for taking some time to share that with us. Please keep using that chat. Let us know what you are learning and questions that you have. And also, I want to just kind of bring up, I would love for you guys to share this. Tag a friend in the comments right now and let them know that the content that's happening right here is amazing and they cannot miss it. All right, we're going to jump right next into the next session, back with Jim. He's going to be talking about your new normal, high tech, low cost, and DIY. I'm going to be a little more in the background this time, and I'll jump in possibly with some questions that you guys might have. If you have questions, put them in the chat. We will get to them. I already know this is going to be one of those great, like, brain busting sessions. So let me bring Jim back on here.
Hey, so I got a breather in, I got a glass of water in, got my new slides up, and we're ready to rock and roll. I got to preface this by saying, if you're thinking about the great stuff you're going to learn with respect to virtual meetings, I'm going to take a little bit of a left turn here, because I want to talk about the other technology that can support the meetings or can support when you go back live, because what's really happening is a complete changeover. So if it's okay, let's just start this whole conversation going. I got to go with I hate saying share screens. Always one of my pet peeves to say, can I share my screen now? But let's get this done. Let's start this game up right here. Okay, fine. Your new normal, high tech, low cost, DIY. And Gang, man, it's been some year, hasn't it? I mean, really, we're trying to figure out what works for business, for life, for everything. It's been an ongoing question, and I'm not sure, and I don't know if Liz really knows the answer either, in terms of how we can figure out where it's going to go to. Way too much for my small brain to deal with. So I had a thought. I'm going to ask someone that I really like and really trust to give me an answer about the technology, and maybe they'll be able to shed some light on it.
The impact of COVID-19 are just starting to be known. Contactless behaviors, virtual meetings, the emergence of low-cost, low-code solutions, and the increase in voice-first technologies, my personal favorite, are just some. Why don't you ask the class their thoughts? They are the real experts, and they surely know more than you do.
Google, stop. Why does my artificial intelligence always have lip that she gives me? But you know what? I think she was right there, that I need to ask all of you this question. So let's do this. I got way too much stuff open, by the way, on the screen. But let's go here. Great. Okay. So get your phones out. Get ready. I want to know from you, when this pandemic is all behind us, which technology will have made the biggest impact on our industry due to COVID-19? So what you're going to do is you're going to type a text to 22333, and then your message is going to be the 6 digits at the top center left, 125513, followed by a space and followed by whatever that technology was. If you thought for some reason it was Microsoft Excel, don't know why, 125513 space Microsoft Excel. So we have it activated. We're going to give you a sec to be able to type stuff in there. Why is this important? Why are we talking about this? Because I think what we need to really be aware of is the growth and the speed of the growth of technology that's hitting us, and it's changing how we're doing our business. So starting to see some solutions in Zoom. It's not going to be a surprise to me if Zoom is the largest in this cloud right here that we see streaming. Other tools, that's where we're pretty much going with this conversation, I would think. If you want to add your 2 cents there, we'll keep this word cloud open. Engagement, another great word, goes in there. And before we come back to some of the other stuff that we're going to talk about, we'll take a look at this again and see where you are. So cool stuff. But it's been a heck of a year. So the greatest impact, I think Zoom becomes that short-term approach, but it'd really be interesting to think about what's long-term. Is that you? I hope it's not. Hope it's not me either, because you know what? Sometimes we think about technology almost when it's too late, when we got to struggle as to figuring out how and why we could use this. I'd rather not this be us with technology. Again, remember what we talked about in the last session. We're generalists. We don't need to know everything, but we got to know enough to talk the talk and walk the walk. So one of the problems that we have in technology right now is a real shortage of people developing content, developing software, developing applications. It's a global shortage. It's pretty phenomenal how many people we're going to need to do the things we're going to want to do. Low code, that Google mentioned. Well, I don't know what that is. Let me keep talking about this. Low code basics. I'm kind of confused. I thought we're talking about shortage of. I'm I'm really at a loss right here, gang. What's low code? Have you heard of it? If you haven't, you should have. So, definition time. You can read. I don't have to repeat it. Nice that we put in red some of the stuff I really want you to focus on. Little to no coding, visual interface, drag and drop. We have an issue of not having either enough developers or not being able to afford developers. So why not use other people to help build the technology? I know what you're asking. You're a planner, you're a supplier in our industry. This has nothing to do with me. Baloney. It has everything to do with all of us. Because if we want to run the stuff we want to run, and we want to take the risks, comfortable, careful risks perhaps, to take our events to the next level, we're going to have to test some stuff out. And so testing it out, ideas, saving time, automating processes, saving your organization money, maybe even making yourself more marketable. Citizen developers, pretty important concept when we really think about that. So okay, you must be a startup, must be a small company talking about low code. It couldn't, well, Amazon. Okay, well, so one big company talking about Microsoft too. The next thing I'm going to know is that she's going to put Google up. Yeah, I guess so. We got to think about this. Coming into this day, you might never have heard of the concept low code, but right now it's an opportunity for what we do in our industry to take and not replace the big code stuff. I'm not going there, and I don't think that's the way we need to look at it, but to take into our own hands how we can do certain things. You're already a low coder. Why? Well, you might use Wix or maybe Squarespace. Perhaps you've developed some database tables in Airtable or some forms, or goodness knows how many of you are on WordPress for your blog. Guess what? These are all low code solutions. In fact, some of these even venture into the no code approach. So let me put this out there for you. What if you could build your own conference app or any type of app you want at little to no cost? And actually, what if I could show you how to do that in 5 minutes? Pretty cool, huh? What if you can create augmented reality marketing tools right from your desktop right there at, in this case, no cost? What if you can connect all your different systems together, your database to your email, to your social media, to this, to that, and make it all an interconnected, seamless operation? And what if you can do that at little to no cost? What if you can content curate for your community and your constituents? More of an oldie but goodie here, but really important to talk about. And what about creating these great 360 tours? Notice we're not talking VR right now. We're talking 360 video. And what if you can do it with all the technology you have right now at your disposal at no cost? That's what this session is about. And in fact, while we started with this low code approach, we're not going to only talk about low code. We want to really focus on little to no cost. So the tools I'm going to talk about, are they completely free? Well, sort of, kind of, maybe a little bit. Well, actually, they all play freemium, which means they're free at a basic approach. And then if you really want to get the full bells and whistles, you'll be paying subscription fee, but really very limited amount for what you can accomplish. So let's begin. Let's talk about and showcase some of the tools. The one to me that was the mind-blowing, where I spent a lot of time in the past year playing with, is a tool called Glide. And here's the basic premise. If you know how to use a Google Sheet, you can build an app right now. Don't believe me? Let's take a look. So don't want to go there, but I want to go here. That's Google Sheet, right? And it's a Google Sheet. And at the bottom, we have, well, it's my conference. It's events and sessions, and it's my speakers, and it's my sponsors, and it's my attendees. All cool. This doesn't look like an app. It looks like a Google Sheet. However, that looks like an app. That looks like a Google Sheet. And in fact, that is the conversation. We are using a tool called Glide that takes information from a Google Sheet and makes it really, really straightforward and basic to be able to create this. So here's a template for a meeting, but I want to change this. I want to change this up to support what Liz is doing with Fastlane right now. Okay, so let's just go over to the homepage, and you see there's a couple of images that are in here, and those images is what we're seeing here and here. So first things first, there's some text up here. Look to the left. It says, welcome to the meeting. And I'm going to take this. I'm going to say, welcome to 2021. Typing does matter here. Fastlane conference. Cool. So now we've done our stuff here, but we got to change the logo. So, okay, hold on a second. We can do that really easily. I can go over to what's there. I'm going to sort of just copy it and get it out of the way for a second. And of course, I've cheated. I have my backup images here. So here's my backup logo, the Fastlane logo. So all I'm going to do is take a look at that, put that right into this Google Sheet. There it is. Okay, great. And now nothing happens, right? Well, not really, because it might take 5 or 10 or 15 seconds, but what will occur is that the logo appears. Great. So the meeting's not in New Orleans. Great. I got it. So, okay, let's take this image. That's in image 2. And we're going to sort of get rid of it. I'm going to move it over here so I don't lose it. And then all I'm going to do is go to my images that has the destination. Copy. Again, what am I doing? I'm copying, I'm pasting. That's all I'm doing right here. So I go into home, I go beneath image 2, I hit Control V, I put it in there, I do a quick refresh on this, and then all of a sudden, or a couple of seconds, that'll take and make the change. Anything I need to do, you can do. You can create this app now. And in fact, as we tie this into the conversation about virtual and hybrid meetings, I think the importance of an app is even more important. Because when you think about it, people are going to be on their computer. They'll have their phone right next to them. So now you have the companion. You can be pushing content out there. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a look at our speakers for this conference. I'm going to realize what we did is we forgot to add Liz. We want to have Liz in there. So what are we going to do here? Well, I'm going to take Liz's information right here, and I can take the speaker name. I can call it, let's see, Liz's name, and I'm going to do a quick copy in here. And maybe what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to get rid of Brandy. Now, Eric Clapton, Brandy's important. So let's go with Liz King Caruso. Again, you gain the idea. I'm sorry, Liz, I misspelled your name. So we'll get rid of that there. And then we got to make sure we have an image for her because we got to know who she is and everyone wants to know that. So we're just going to go over here. We're going to take this. You're getting bored, aren't you? I hope you are, because the bottom line with what we're doing right now is we're taking this information and we are going to just be cutting and pasting into a Google Sheet. And so if we take a look at our speakers and then we take a look at refreshing this here and maybe look toward the bottom, Liz should be coming up in a second. And there comes Liz. And there she is. Beautiful. So now we have her. We can click on her. We can see what she's now. She's not doing any session. I don't have to go any deeper into this. You see what we've done here is with a couple of steps, and it really is straightforward to work this way. We've been able to take the information that we already have in Excel, Google Sheet, this one in particular, Google Sheet, and tie it into this approach. The left side of the screen here gives us the ability, if I wanted to put more information on the home page, I can do that. I can grab any component. I can add text. I can add links. I can add anything that's out there. Truly is a phenomenal approach that you can build the app for free. Now, does that mean you don't want to ever pay the premium dollar for an app? No, I'm not saying that. Again, it depends on, remember we talked early on, know your audience, know your objectives, know your budget, know what you need to do. But when I think about this, there's a lot more that we can do than just build a conference app. Some of you might use Asana and some of you might use Trello, but what about using this for project management? Or for gamification. So we're doing a hunt. Maybe it's something that you're doing that everyone's doing it virtually. Well, why not have the app as a check-in piece where people can put in a click that's going to say, okay, I've gotten this piece of information, send it to a Google Sheet. You as the organizer of the event can see who got it in there in proper time. Or what about even your whole run a show? I mean, how easy would it be to have a sample run a show in here with all the information that's coming up, and then you can click on any component of it and take a look at it and share it with your entire team. So what does it cost? Everything you saw is completely free, completely free of charge. So again, I'm not saying move away from the high-end stuff. I'm saying that in what the new normal is you need to become more of a DIY practitioner in technology, the same way you are in all the other amazing things that you do. By the way, I've talked about Glide a lot right now. Not the only player here. You can go with AppyPie, you can go with Bubble, you can go with what Microsoft has. Google has AppSheet that is literally right in their Google Sheet. You can use any of these and many more to be able to create a conference app real time. Pretty sweet. Liz, I'm going to stop right here for a second. I want to see if there's any questions. Do you have any comments on what we've been talking about here?
Well, I do see a comment from someone, which is something I wanted to say myself, which is this is great for associations with low budgets, but also someone had mentioned earlier that, everyone's talking about with hybrid, it's double the cost, double the work. And a lot of this, like that spreadsheet that you were just showing, we all have that already. Yeah. That's how we're organizing.
That's how we do it. Yeah. Interesting. I love the fact that Dahlia is here and she said, be careful of free. And I do want to echo that to an extent. Free is never free. Okay. Let's be really clear. Free is free to try and then get into the information, with additional bells and whistles. But what I'm finding in the freemium model is you can do an awful lot more with free than you've ever been able to do before. And then on top of that, be able to support that and do more. So I have an app that I've pushed out for use. I've health issues and I'm very focused on a whole food plant-based approach. We've written a recipe app over the past couple of months using this. And now we're paying the full amount. That's $30 a month to have this app out there for everyone to use and to have interactivity. So while free is clearly something you got to be aware of, and I know there's an awful lot of suppliers who are saying, now you don't want the free, you want the fully paid stuff, you got to make the decision. Clearly, the approach of great for associations, but I think it's great for corporate too. And I do want to mention something that Craig asked, do the app push to the App Store? The answer is no, and that's the beauty of this. When you have an app in the App Store, oftentimes it's impossible to find, and you're at the whim of Apple pulling it out or putting it back in because there's not enough downloads, and Google as well. So these are web apps, essentially. You'll get a URL. You'll then be able to put them onto your screen. They will, as long as there's connectivity, which is the bane of everything that we do, they're going to be able to be used by anyone in real time. So incredible approach there. And great question, too, because it's something I should have mentioned.
Someone is saying, even for the tech savvy, there is a learning curve with all of this. I think this is one of those things I've been talking about, too, is like pre-2020, it was easy to just kind of not push yourself to learn new things. I think a lot of event professionals were in a rut, to be honest. They kind of do the same thing. They do it over and over and over, and they're very comfortable doing it. And then 2020 happens and the world completely changes. And it very much showcased how much we need to be pushing ourselves to learn new things. And in every little bit of downtime, playing with something and getting over this learning curve before, you don't have a choice.
Think about the folks who are here today, Will and Brant and Dahlia, all the great, and I'm forgetting a few, so my apologies on that. But we've all been pushing the same thing, which is you got to dig deeper into the tech. And quite frankly, this past year was the opportunity. It was the opportunity where we didn't have anything as pressing, unfortunately, because of what was happening in the world. But I went even deeper end on this, and goodness knows I'm a geek to begin with. But the bottom line is what I'm looking for is things that can apply, that can be used. And in fact, what I want to do is sort of move this conversation back into application right now to show a few more things that I certainly don't want to run out of time. Otherwise, it will have violated my first tenet that I talked about in the first session, which is stay on time. So let's go here. Okay. So next up in the conversation, connecting your workflow. Put into chat right now whether you have ever used Zapier before, Zapier. And while you're putting that into chat, let me go into Zapier. Okay, what is Zapier? Zapier is a tool that will connect your disparate systems so they can interact in an automated way. Still not sure of what that is. Okay, so let's go in here to see something that I've put together. Right now, I mentioned that we're doing this recipe app, and we want to know whether people have uploaded information to a Google Sheet, a Google form that we've put together. So we want notification when that happens. So we go into Zapier and we say, okay, we want to tie together Google Sheets and Gmail. Great. So what occurs here is the ability to identify a trigger, and the trigger that we've identified is a new spreadsheet row. So let's just walk through this really quickly to show you how simple it is to put it together. First thing I want to do is select Google Sheet, and then I want to select what the trigger event would be. Is it a new worksheet, a new updated? No, this is a new spreadsheet row that I want to have as my update there. And I shouldn't have actually done that, but here it is. So now I choose the account, and that's my account. Great. I set up the trigger, which is going to identify the spreadsheet and the worksheet. I'm going to step back for a second. One of the issues that makes technology confusing for a lot of folks is they sometimes use their own terminology rather than the terminology that we're used to. So I do think a big part of the learning curve of technology is to be able to understand when they say trigger and response and stuff like that, just put it into terms that we're comfortable with. All the trigger is the app we want to pull from. Pretty straightforward. We want to pull from this particular spreadsheet and this particular worksheet. We could test it if we wanted to, but don't need to. I know it's working. And then we can send it in Gmail. So we're going to tell it what do we want to happen if a new recipe comes in, if a new row comes in, if one of my team members finishes something that they've put into a Google Sheet. Well, first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to send an email. Great. What account? Kind of basic, kind of straightforward. Set up the action. It'll allow me to put into who the CC is and put a completely supported note. I mean, all this will take me about 10, 15 minutes, and then it's automated and it's tied together and it's working in real time. Zapier, freemium, just so we're clear, you get 5 different approaches, 5 different combinations. They call them zaps that you can use for the free service. After that, you're running a premium, about 15 a month, I think is what the price is now. Right now, quite frankly, I'm still just using, as we'll go back into Zapier very quickly, I'm still using the free plan. Why? Because I want to make sure that what I'm talking about here can still resonate without any output of money initially. If you want to know what tools you can use in Zapier, well, you can tie in almost any major app that's out there or application, Slack and Pocket and Sheets and all the Google stuff and Trello and Twitter and Facebook and social media. You can start automating stuff. You can do it so all of a sudden you don't have to think about, oh, let me check to see if we got any more results on the survey, or let me check to see if the speaker has come in and uploaded their bio. Have it automated. Pretty cool. By the way, if you start playing in Glide and you go into the non-free approach, $30 a month, you can tie it with Zapier as well. All this stuff allows you to tie these tools together. Okay, so while I'm moving forward with this, talk about in chat ways you think that either building an app or building an automation can support what you do. Give some concrete examples, either of how you might use it or how you already have used it. And while you're doing that, I want to throw this into another direction entirely. And if you've been following my sessions for years, you know I've been talking a lot about mixed reality, augmented reality, virtual reality. Well, let's stay with that right now, and let's understand the augmentation process. What I have here is a logo from the conference. This is one I pulled from Google. I hope that's the right one, Liz. What I want to do is have somebody at their office sort of take their phone, hover over the logo, and figure out and learn something about what's happening. That's what augmented reality can do. So I'm going to show you what I've done now. If I was next to you, I would physically show it to you, right? But right now, since we're in the time of virtual and distributed content, I'm going to show you a video. Makes it easy. So here we go. So start it up. First things first, very straightforward. You find your folder that contains the app, and which app is it? What I'm using is an app that's called Roar, R-O-A-R. Not the only one. If you look just beneath that, Zapper is another one. And by the way, all these tools in this augmented reality are amazing, amazing stuff. The one on the far right, Notable Women, is Google's approach to find all the famous women in politics and have made differences in the world, and how it can put their picture onto dollar bills. That's pretty cool. But for right now, I'm going to use what we have, which is the logo. So here we go. Now, I'm going to take my phone, and I've literally hovered it over the logo. You're going to see that I'm going to get it closer and closer. And now at the bottom of the screen, there's going to be what looks like a little fingerprint where it says hold this button down. And while you're hovering over that, you're going to hold this button down. And just let's see what happens. It's going to scroll. It's going to take that.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Coburn. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Twine, a new way to add serendipitous networking to any virtual or hybrid event. So what I'm going to do today is...
Pretty sweet, huh? So how did that work? Well, let me show you. I mean, I guess the best thing we can do right here is to go into Roar and take a look at this promo that I put together. And we're going to open it in editor. It's going to disable it technically, but it's still active. And well, all I did here, I'm going to push this out of the way. You're going to actually see an error message come up in a second because I'm pushing it too far away from the image, but I know that for right now. So I took Liz's logo, I put it in there, and then close all these pop-ups up. I go to the left side of the screen. I want a video. I just drag that in there and I give it a URL. I want some images. I put Brands and Dahlias in here so you know who some of the cool people that are going to be talking later on. There it is. I hit save, done. Free, yeah. Freemium. Okay, let's be clear on this. The freemium approach here is you get 5 of these live you can do. If you want to pay the $20, $30 a month to have more, cool. But while you're doing the show and tell to your client, to your constituent, to your bosses, it's really nice to have a free tool to be able to do that. Pretty amazing. Let's move on from AR. Let's talk about RSS. This becomes the alphabet soup portion of the conversation. I don't know if you are of a certain Google age. I mean by Google age is you remember when Google first came in and was developing, they had a tool called iGoogle, and for probably 5 years that was my favorite site in the world. Pre-social media, iGoogle was able to take content from all these different news sources and aggregate it together into a single homepage, which I thought and still think is pretty darn amazing. Well, because of social and where people get their news and how they get their news, RSS fell out of favor but never went away. It's the backbone of podcasts being syndicated. But why not use a tool like Feedly? Why do I use it? Well, I want to stay in touch with the content that's coming down the pike. So my Feedly, what a surprise, is geek-centric. So on the left side of the screen, I have found different articles or actually sites that provide content here. I've organized them into categories: augmented reality, technology, and now it all comes in on a regular basis, keeps streaming in. If you don't use Feedly, there are a lot of other tools you can use. Quite frankly, I still use on my phone Flipboard as a main tool, which also is essentially RSS. But I want you to understand that when you use a tool like Feedly, which, by the way, ties with Zapier, so you can use that to send out content, to put it onto your social channels. Pretty sweet, pretty straightforward. Did we say free? Right. Okay. Just making sure you know that. And by the way, and some of you have probably seen me 3, 4, 67 times doing these talks. And I always say this, and I'm going to always keep saying this, that this conversation is not about technology. It's about creativity. See, we don't need to know the gourmet skills of a chef to be able to produce an amazing virtual event using food and beverage. We need to know enough to understand what works, understand our group, understand our budget. That's where I want everyone to go with technology. Not to think they have to memorize all this, but to know it's available. Maybe what you're going to do is you're going to give it to somebody else on your team to dig deeper into it. But what's the risk when it costs nothing to do that? A little bit of time and perhaps a lot of upside. So we talked about one of the 2 mixed realities. Let's finish up the mixed reality conversation talking about 360. A company called Matterport for the past, I'm thinking 6 or 7 years right now, has sort of been on the forefront of 360 videos, not virtual reality, not necessarily in a headset, but it could be, but 360 videos for real estate. Makes perfect sense. But right now that has come down to you and me. In fact, what do you need? You need a phone, and maybe you need a tripod. And at the far right, there's a 360 camera, but you don't even need that to be able to create a compelling 360 video. Now you say, well, the pictures aren't that good, right? Just so we're clear, we're talking about amazing high quality. So what's that? Well, it's called a dollhouse, and we're going to see it in a second, but that's an overview of actually the main floor of my house. And you'll see more in a second, but all those numbers there, all I did was using this app from Matterport is I actually took 9, 10, 12 photos. That's it. Okay, so now what does that mean? Well, it means that we're going to get to see the result of that. So I'm on the Matterport site. I have a free account. Now, again, freemium means you have limitations. A free plan only supports 1 active space. But again, we wanted to do all this in the confines of active, doable, inexpensive approaches. So here is the video of the 3D. Yes, my wife, say hi to Marge. Load it up. And there comes the dollhouse coming in. It gives you that cool approach. And now all I need to do is sort of walk around the room. And maybe I don't want to look right there, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's my dining room and all that stuff. That's pretty cool. And I can walk around. Imagine this is your facility, and you're going to be able to see everything that's there, and you're going to show this with your clients. Great. You all probably thought about that at some point pre-pandemic, right? Here's what I want you to think about right now, that you can do it at no cost. because you can go down for either I or Android and download the Matterport app for free. You can get the free account on their website, and you can do all of this. And I got to tell you, what's going to separate organizations coming out of this pandemic is going to be very fine lines in terms of how sophisticated they are, in terms of what they're going to do and how they're going to be able to showcase what they have to offer their clients and customers. 360, it should be no obstacle right now to the 360 conversation. And again, really, hospitality industry, absolutely. The marketing's a must. The promotion's a must. Your site inspections where you can do 360 when we get back to, boy, can't we wait for that opportunity to go back on a site inspection? Next time you do it, go with a tripod and a camera, take the main ballroom that you want to create into your fantastic event space, and in 20 seconds, 30 seconds, take a few pictures, and you have a 3D 360 approach. Your marketing, again, chat away, options for 360. Again, I don't think that 360 and VR is going to be as big a thing as augmented reality. But the reality of both the conversations is that's becoming more and more standard. And with the impending Apple entrance in 2022 and 2023 into both the augmented and virtual worlds, I think we're going to see it become more and more standardized. So why not be ahead of the curve instead of being behind the curve? Think about it. I mean, just okay. Out of the box thinking. Oh yeah, required. No kidding. Absolutely, it's required. Again, this is not a conversation about technology. It's creativity. You know your events. You know your group. You know your audience. How can this play into improving their experience, providing them better content? You need more. I mean, I can just go on all day, especially for the PC folks. If you want to up your Zoom game, why not download a free tool called OBS Studio? I will give you a warning. There's going to be a learning curve on the studio stuff. But if you want to get better fades and switches, sort of do what Liz is doing with StreamYard, which is a great tool to use, but do it on your device, on your phone, on your tablet, free of charge. It's not a bad approach. And for any of the organizations looking at doing podcasting as you come back, whether it's audio or especially video, OBS would be a welcome solution. Creating cartoons, creating animation. Powtoon is a freemium tool that allows you to do that. Now, what you're going to find out from a lot of people is while those tools are out there, sometimes you want to pay for it. So before I even found out about Powtoon, I found out about Doodly, which I think cost me about $60. And what can I do there? Well, I can create animation. I have literally no artistic talent in terms of drawing. I know I'm a musician and all that, but in terms of doing this, I don't need that. I need to know what the tools are and have an idea. So that took me maybe 20 minutes to put together. What about all that great animated content you see online? Guess what? It's using tools like this at no cost. Whether you go free with Powtoon, whether you go with a low-cost tool, love it. If you're doing any audio stuff, Audacity is a game changer. And did I even open Audacity up? No, I didn't. Okay, so we're not going to show it, but doing any sort of audio editing, when Google behind me decided to chirp in early on about the technology coming down the path, Audacity was the perfect location for me to be able to edit that. Cost, always has been, always will be, completely free, open source tool. You want to do the same with video, hit Film Express, even though, again, I tend to go into a more paid route. I use Camtasia. This actually is the editing for the AR film. And I'm just going to scroll through. You see I have the information there. I've put the basic call outs there. I have the arrows there. We have the content and Lauren's talking about it. Video editing. Really an important approach for us to be able to put together a nice, really cohesive marketing package to be able to promote what we do. And really thinking out of the box. Think about creating tools and actions for people's home Alexa and Google. What do I mean by that? Well, if you go to a tool that's called VoiceFlow online, again, completely freemium, you can see how to walk through a series of conversations you could have. Example, I know this is getting abstract. What if Liz wanted to create an ongoing Techsy Talk quiz for all the people out there. She could create this path here for Alexa and for Google that would ask questions and would have the device give the correct or incorrect answer once it's guessed. And then she can create interactivity right there. Did we say free of charge? Right. Again, freemium, again, understood. But these tools are out there. In fact, if you want to go straight with Google, the Google Assistant, if you want to go straight with Alexa, you can go to the Amazon Blueprints. They're all out there, free to low cost, and absolutely free to be able to start out without any issues whatsoever. Don't, however, get rid of your coders, okay? I'm not suggesting that everything is this sort of plug and play basic stuff. We need people to be coding. We need geeks out there to be able to do stuff like that. By the way, I've played with all those codes. Did you know? And just so we're talking about this stuff, here's a Google Sheet, nothing to do with Glide, but a menu right here for Rock and Wrap It Up. What's that? It's an organization to do some work for. And I created it. And because I was able to do a little bit of coding, guess what? I now have custom stuff that's in there. Pretty sweet. And speaking of which, and I know you know me with Excel, so what I want you to be on the lookout for, it's not available yet. Matter of fact, I'm an insider and I still don't have access to it, is what they're calling Lambda, which is the ability to create a custom function, your own formula without any code, and use it across all of your spreadsheets. Always want to know what the tax times gratuity is for a particular event that you're doing in a particular location. Boom, write a Lambda function. I know it's getting abstract, tough to deal with it without seeing it, but this is sort of the what's on the horizon. So as I wind this up, one more poll, get your phones out. What's way coolest for you? I want to know which of these tools is the one that you want to be able to use. So 22333 is where you will text to, and it'll be the 6-digit number only to see which one is the one for you. Feedly 148907, the Glide Google Sheets combination 148909, Matterport 148914, Roar, one for you, get them all, Zapier, many of them, or you want your pen and pencil back, I would understand that as well. We've certainly pushed the envelope fast, and it's not surprising to me that the Glide Zapier combination is where most people probably will end up in this discussion. Really, really important. But yeah, I'm with you there in terms of many of them being way cool. So Liz, let me turn it over to you and ask you a question, which is way coolest for you?
Goodness. Well, I love Zapier, but I don't think I have at all leveraged the amazing power of it. But the Glide, I think, is the one I'm definitely going to be hanging on to. That I think the idea of web apps makes perfect sense. And like I said, we're already building everything in a Google. I use Google Drive for everything. All of our management.
Yeah, really. I mean, that, it was a couple of years ago when I found out about Glide, and it was sort of serendipitous. So I was going through all the damn promotions you get in your email, and I saw that, and I go, huh? I go, I'm geek enough to want to dig in. And when it was really simple to do, I said, well, I'm hooked now. And then I didn't even find out about the low code conversation until after the fact, but it really was the tip of the iceberg. Pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, low code is one of those things, like I've not heard the name, the word low code. But when you give the examples of Wix and even WordPress, and where you can just I use those tools all the time, where you just kind of drag and drop, and a little bit of code. I learned HTML many years ago.
Right.
Enough to kind of patch something if I
Exactly. It's cobwebs back there that you can go, okay, how do I make this bold again? And 20 minutes later, you remember the tag and all that.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is you start pulling that together with a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of elbow grease, and you're able to put some amazing stuff together, which is really what I want people to be able to focus on. I see Scott actually asked a question about polling. I use Poll Everywhere, and there's so many polling tools that are out there. And the reason I use Poll Everywhere is because they were one of the first out there with a text-based polling. Again, this one's not free. It's going to be a monthly cost, 50, 60 a month, maybe a little bit less depending on how much you're going to use it. But there are a lot of great tools there. The funny thing with me is I like to use polling tools that are open up to the majority of people. And to me, texting is that no resistance point of entry. So that's why I use it. I've seen other ones, they work well. Use whichever one you like, but the one that I've been using for probably 10 years with an interesting backstory is Poll Everywhere, because the person who developed it found me at an MPI conference about 15 years ago, and he was actually the developer who was in grad school, and he said, I have this idea and people have told me that people might need this. And so he knew I was a speaker in technology, and I said, yeah, all in if I was you. So pretty cool stuff.
That's awesome. There was another question I want to get your advice on before we leave.
Sure.
Someone's asking, Podio Box is asking, what do you think about 360-degree live streaming? So there's the Matterport thing that you talked about, but
Future, yes. Current, no. I said all the technology we're looking at has to be based on what your audience is comfortable with. If you're going to start doing that and you have 2 pages of instructions to get them to do it, you're going to probably lose an awful lot of people. With that said, if you have an audience that is very sophisticated, that gets this stuff really well, then go for it. Again, it all comes back to the first question. Know your group, know your objectives, know your budget. Everything else falls into the conversation. Pretty straightforward.
well, we are seeing plenty of comments about how great this was, how many tools you have shared. I know this is like my favorite kind of event where you're just geeking out, you're learning all these things. I know I am taking a billion notes, and now I have way too many tabs open for running
Yeah.
StreamYard. I shouldn't have any other tabs open, but
27 on my. Actually, Shanna asked a question about lower thirds in Zoom. That's
yeah.
where I would use. That's where I use OBS. You're using it in StreamYard, but I have OBS integrate my Zoom right in there, and I can create and customize the lower thirds.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jim, for your time. It's been an amazing hour with you, and always learn so much. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great. You have an amazing lineup of people, so I'm going to hang around and listen to all the cool stuff.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, we do have an amazing lineup. Today is one of those days that's just like dream lineup. If I had to ask the people I know who know the most about technology, every time I meet up with them, we geek out and we have these conversations. And I wish other people could listen in and get all this information. This is the lineup. So next I'm going to introduce, just so we don't waste any time and you don't lose, you hear me enough. So let's bring on Will Curran. Will, my goodness, thank you for joining us today.
I'm so excited and happy to be here. I could not agree anymore. I'm such a huge Jim fan and just honored to be here, Liz. I've always looked up to you in the industry, and it's just so cool that we get to collaborate so often.
Yeah, this is so fun. It's like Jim, you, Dahlia's coming up. I see her in the chat.
Ooh.
Heather, we have Brant, we have Lawrence. It's like dream team. So I asked you to talk today about virtual event production. I use StreamYard all the time, and we've used other tools. You know, honestly, it's not the best production quality. And it's one of those things, like it's easy to use. I figured it out early on. I started using it like, I think early 2020, even before the pandemic hit.
Awesome.
I know I need to up level my game. So I'm bringing you on. I just want to learn from you. If other people get it, that's cool too. But I really want to look at all the tech you have.
It's overwhelming how much technology that I have around me sometimes.
It's awesome. So I'll let you take it. I'm here if you want me to, do anything, but I'll go off and just kind of let you take it from here.
Feel free to come on back anytime, Liz. Yeah, okay. I'm basically, for everyone who knows, I tend to not have scripts. I tend to, especially this year, I've been doing no slides. I've been like doing a lot of stuff off the cuff because the world's moving so fast. I'd rather give you the latest and greatest rather than spend hours building something that's going to be outdated, in a week or so. So I'm going to be giving you raw and exclusive content. But yes, Reza, thank you so much. Mr. Energy, I don't know how I do it. I'm actually drinking a chai latte right now. I usually don't get a chai latte until like later in the afternoon. So you guys are going to get especially energized, Will, today. By the way, if you want to learn anything more about what I'm going to be talking about today, don't hesitate to go to helloendless.com, subscribe to the newsletter, subscribe to the blog. We're going to be dropping a lot of really great stuff, and I'm going to be mentioning a lot of links that hopefully you can go and explore a little bit more as well. But yeah, when we talk, it's an amazing tool, and I think it's actually, you say that, hey, it's not the best quality. I actually think that StreamYard has really good quality for what it actually can do, and, to be honest, how inexpensive it is as well. It's actually very, very easy to get set up and run multiple cameras and things like that as well. And, they've had graphics. They have the ability to play back video now. Like, I remember when we were doing event icons, we started using StreamYard, after doing Zoom, GoToMeeting, My gosh, I don't remember. Like, we've tried almost every platform when we were trying event icons because it's basically the same format of like live stream, mixed with good content, putting people side by side. But the reason I love StreamYard is because it split the video perfectly. Whereas like Zoom, it always made everybody like had all that black space in the recording. And I was just like, not good at all. But I love StreamYard and how much of it's evolved. Where now you can do things like, video playback in between. You can do lower thirds. You can add additional graphics. The fact that you can put comments and audience interaction on the screen is so game changing. And I think these are all things that you need to be thinking about when it comes to your entire event and what are you going to do to level up your production. So let's start taking away some things that we can get from StreamYard immediately, since we're talking about that tool. First is that you get the idea of like very clean looking graphics. I think that's the first thing that you have to think about when it comes to your production, right? In 2020, I almost said 2019. In 2020, it was totally okay to have the Zoom quality video and just like throw someone on screen, no graphics or anything like that. But now people are demanding even more. Well, I'll talk about some core philosophies around that in just a second. But let's talk about lower thirds. Looks really, really great. The second thing, you're putting audience interaction front and center. They talk about the 15 seconds of fame. We've all heard about this before, but like, for example, is it Marilis? I think is how you say. And Marilis, I think is, I apologize if I totally said your name wrong, and you get to make fun of me and call me like anything you want for the rest of your life. But the fact that I can call you out and put you up on screen, before I had to look at all the comments and say like, Ann, thank you so much, definitely double hands up emoji. But the fact that now I can put you on the screen allows you to then feel you're getting that 15 seconds of fame and feel engaged, right? It's the reason why we used to stay up, and this is going to date me for anyone who might be younger than me, is we used to stay up listening to the radio all night long in the hopes that we would call in and they would mention our name or play our recording back, right? That 15 seconds of fame is super powerful. So being able to do that, very, very key. Then we talk about interstitial graphics and video transitions, being able to put ads in between speakers, for example, to fulfill some sponsorship stuff. Awesome. So helpful. And then the thing I like the most about it ultimately is the fact that the video quality looks really, really good. And we'll talk about video quality in kind of on the speaker's end in just a second, but I think that it's important to know also that it's ultimately up to the platform to make sure it's delivering it very, very well. So one thing I really love about StreamYard, this is a pro tip when it comes to production and live streams, is do not pick a platform like Zoom where it's going to make it where if two people are talking, it ducks one person's audio, meaning that it's going to lower the volume of the other person to allow the other person to speak. In Zoom, it kind of makes sense. It does it to preserve bandwidth. Chances are in a meeting, you don't want people interrupting each other. But like in a presentation, you want the ability for your other speakers to laugh at your other speakers' jokes. If you're doing a panel, you want the ability for people to interrupt each other and allow that person to finish their thought, right? You want that sort of stuff. Similarly, that's one reason why I have always recommend for internal production communication, Discord over using Zoom, because Discord allows people to talk over each other, talk about free tools on there as well. So definitely if you're looking for some sort of tool to talk during the event, Discord's where it's at. So StreamYard, really, really great tool, I think, if you're looking at just getting started. And this is coming from a guy who literally gets paid to like produce live streams like this. So if I'm recommending StreamYard, you're probably in a good boat. So let's talk about how production has changed from 2020 and why your production is so 2020 and why you need to be thinking 2021 and also starting to think about like 2022, 2023, and beyond as well. And I know this is a hard time right now to be thinking about the future because, to be honest, I don't even know what I'm going to eat for breakfast tomorrow, let alone what the trends of the industry are going to look like 3 years from now. But we can at least see some hints of what's starting to come. By the way, I love answering questions. So if you have questions during the entire presentation, ask them in the chat and in the comments, and I'm going to answer them right now. For example, Facebook user. Thank you, Facebook. You asked, what is lower thirds? Lower thirds is basically what this is. It's the lower third of the screen. So the idea is lower thirds kind of a broadcast terminology for like if you're watching ESPN or CNN and they put like, is Superman really Clark Kent at the bottom of the screen? That's lower thirds. It's the idea of putting speakers' names, additional information. Technically, all the comments you're bringing up are a lower third. But in the traditional sense, in broadcast land, a lot of times they get generated ahead of time or are be generated on the spot. Whereas cool tools like StreamYard, like if I change my name from Will Curran to like Barry Allen right now, it would immediately change. There's no generation. And that's one thing I think is super duper easy. It doesn't require any graphic design skills and things like that. So great question. So ask questions during the entire time. And I want to hear in the comments right now. What's your biggest production problem that you saw in the last year in 2020? And what's the biggest problem? And if you can pick one maybe that you want to learn more about how to improve it, I'd love to hear that specifically so that I can give you some direct value. If you're like, my biggest challenge is that, my speaker's cat's always meowing in the background, which you might hear mine in just a second. And you've solved that by getting them good microphones, like probably put something else that I can help you with. So put your biggest challenge. So Wendy put cost. We'll come back to cost in just a sec. So, all right. So while you all are putting that in there, let's dive into 2020 versus 2021 and what it looks like. And let's start with the idea of letting the quality of production from your speakers, and I speak mainly from a corporate events perspective. If you're like music festival person or, social events, don't hesitate to ask questions about that as well. But I'm mainly focused on corporate events, meetings, conventions, things like that. And so the first tip I have is that in 2020, we really leaned on our speakers just to to deal with it. I'll call it that. That we would say, hey, speaker, you're gonna come speak at my conference. And then we realized very quickly that we're like, oh my gosh, I put a speaker up and they used their onboard microphone and it sounded like crap and they didn't have the right lighting and things like that. And we realized we had to start sending equipment over the course of the year to speakers that needed it. But I still see it today. We're just making speakers deal with it. And I think when it comes to letting speakers just deal with it, it leads to poor quality production. So that's one reason why, in the last year, before I was using when I did live streams, I just used my webcam and it looked pretty good, but I decided to step it up and get this nicer camera. I've always had this microphone because of all the podcasts that we do, which, by the way, if you don't subscribe to any of our podcasts, helloendless.com/resources, and we have 3 podcasts that you got to check out. But having a good microphone, a good video is important. And the important thing is that you need to start requiring it from your speakers and saying, this is exactly what you need to use, or paying for it and sending to the speakers, coaching them, getting it set up, whatever that may be. And obviously in this hybrid world we're moving into, there's a little bit of changes, which we'll talk about. But yeah, the idea of saying, oh yeah, getting the speaker on mute, relying on the speaker to actually unmute themselves, days have passed. So for one of the great things, we'll go back to StreamYard, just talk about saving money on budget, is that Liz actually, when I come into the green room, I'm already muted coming in, and I just have to make sure that my audio is actually coming in. And she puts me on stage, and she unmutes me. And I think that's important, that your production has that value of being able to, be able to unmute people and take care of that. Similarly, the way that we would mute this presenter before they went on stage. So we'd always be backstage for in-person productions, pre-pandemic, and, we'd always say, we're going to leave you unmuted, but don't worry. Our audio guy, and he'd wave, he'd be like, he is not going to unmute you until you set foot on that stage. And that was important because it made it so the speaker goes, oh, I don't have to worry about being muted. But have you ever seen it where a presenter gets up on stage, starts talking, and they're like, can you hear me now? Right? And they realize that they muted the belt pack. Well, we learned that as a production company, you can't rely on the speaker to do that. They're so excited getting on stage. They're going to remember to turn one switch off. Just we call it leaving one latched, and we'll unmute you. So that's important when it comes to your production. So really, really good point when it comes to the unmuting portion. Things like, for example, relying on them to go into a quiet space and being like, yeah, they're smart enough to know to go into a quiet space. And that's why you need things like Dolly brings up, like the noise reducers and everything like that. I think that we're getting to the point now where speaker production is needing to be raised significantly. So don't rely on your speakers to do everything. Don't rely on them to have the best cameras. Don't rely on them to have the best microphones. Put it in your rules. Do tech checks. Watch their video recordings they've done before. So important. All right. The next thing that I want to think about is when we talk about, the idea of what changed in 2020 to 2021 is the idea of leaning on speakers to do all of the content, right? Before last year, we could rely on we'll bring the speakers and they'll do these great presentations, but we're going to, have walk-in slides and we'll have, music playing in the background and we'll have a video to play at the end. And then it seems like we just all forgot that was needed. And we just said, hey, speaker, you're going to be the one who talks, do all the content, boom, you're done, and we're all good to go. We need to stop relying on the speakers to do all of the content because as you all know, they tend to default towards PowerPoint, and I'm not a big fan of PowerPoint. They also, too, sometimes just end up feeling like they're giving a kind of a meh presentation. But what you need to do is treat this like a broadcast, a television broadcast. Turn on the news. Turn on ESPN. Watch something that they're constantly showing content for, And what do? You see commercial breaks, you see lower thirds. You need to create this additional content to surround your speakers. So not only is their presentation great, but then you're also creating a high level production. So there's always this joke, and Damani Daniels says that, everyone right now is complaining about webinar fatigue, Zoom fatigue. Like, give me an emoji in the chat if you have ever felt webinar fatigue or Zoom fatigue, right? Or that you might have caused Zoom fatigue or webinar fatigue. Maybe a cry emoji would be good on that one. But I think that we all talk about this so much. But you know what we never talk about? Disney Plus fatigue, Netflix fatigue, HBO Max fatigue. I just watched a 4-hour-long movie the other day. The Justice League Snyder Cut, 4 hours long. If you asked me to watch a 4-hour webinar, I'd be like, that's crazy. Never, right? And why do we never talk about that? Because the production values are great, because the stories are great, and it's about stuff that we actually care about. So think about how you can apply that to your event. And I apologize if anyone's ever talked about stories so far today, because it seems like a big trend that everyone's really like, oh my gosh, we have to tell stories when it comes to our content. So important. So think about how you can level up that production, get better cameras, right? Tell better stories. Making it so your content feels more like a bingeable television show versus it being a 4-hour-long webinar. Yeah, and Jim says there's no such thing as Zoom fatigue, only COVID fatigue. I think that we all feel a little bit of COVID fatigue, right? All right. So then let's go into the idea of pure remote, right? So 2020. We very much leaned on the idea that we could not see each other, right? We were like locked down in our houses. And, I get that right now, like in the United States, things are like looking up. We're really excited. We have to remember there's still a pandemic going on around the world, and there are places suffering so greatly right now too. So we're not 100% through this, but this is something to start thinking about as you start to transition into the future. And that is that we were all purely remote. So we relied on speakers all presenting from home. But now that things are starting to quote unquote open up a little bit more, things are going to now move back into more studio-related spaces. It's going to be okay for a technician to be in the same house. I remember at the beginning of COVID, we're like, we need to send a speaker kit. And they're like, the CEO is not going to set this up. And we're like, well, we can send a technician to set up. And they're like, oh, no. We'll figure it out. But now people are able to kind of do that. And I think that's going to be a humongous trend that we're going to start to see over this next year is instead of saying, hey, yeah, like let's just save a ton of money and have the speaker just present from their house, let's put them in a studio. So they have professional audio. Someone can mute and unmute them for them, right? You can have professional backdrop, right? Allow the presenter to do what they're best at. If you want to learn more about studio spaces in this transition, we just did a webinar on why your hybrid event venue isn't going to be a ballroom. And I know that's purposely vague, but it's really exciting what we talk about in terms of the future of venues and where you're going to be going for your next venue rather than a hotel ballroom. And I'll drop a link in the chat for that one as well. Let's see if I can try to get it in the webinars real quick so you can all see it. Let's see how fast my clicking fingers are. Oh my gosh, I might be able to do this within a couple seconds. I'm very, very proud of myself for 8 o'clock in the morning. All right. So I dropped a link, and I'm sure Liz is going to reshare that in the comments as well. But go check out that webinar. We talk really in depth about what that exactly looks like. So going into studios. All right, and then my last thing, and then I want to dive into some of your challenges that you all are having, is related to production value of sponsorships, exhibitors, right? But when this all kind of started happening, the biggest pushback that we've been seeing from clients is the feeling that networking and exhibiting is just too hard in the virtual world. And I use air quotes very, very heavily on that one. And I think that right now we are really relying on the sponsors to create the value in the production for themselves. We give them a space. We say, you make the graphics, you make the links, you choose what content you want to have in your booth. But do you notice how most successful corporate events, we're starting to move to this idea of having the event help design their booth, creating experiences, right? Experiential marketing is all the rage pre-2020. But then we moved online. We're like, yep, sponsor, you take care of everything, right? And then sponsors came back and go, oh my gosh, I didn't see any value in this. And then they complained. And it was hard for planners because we got really stuck in the idea of well, what do we do? They're really unhappy. How do I make them happy, right? Well, first thing I'll say, and this is my controversial opinion of the day, And I know this one isn't related to necessarily, and kind of relates a little bit to the idea of like we lean a lot on sponsors. But if you're going to lean on your sponsors to do a lot of the work and to drive value, you need to be not looking for sponsors who think like, in 2010 terms. They're the kind of people who cold call people. They're the ones who, got value only because someone stumbled into their booth. The sponsors and exhibitors you want to engage are the ones who get it. And what do I mean by get? They're the people who have a blog that they post on every single day with valuable content that makes their readers just minds blown, right? They're the kind of people who are practicing inbound marketing. They're the kind of HubSpot users. They're the advanced Salesforce users. They're the people who are in 2021 understand the value of digital marketing, because that's where the production and that's where the value is in virtual events for exhibitors. So the thing that you want to think about when it comes to your event and your production of it is that you don't want to be leaning on sponsors and to be bringing all the production value. You need to add some as well, but you also need to get sponsors who get it. And I get it. I didn't mean to say that twice, but I get it. Sometimes your number one sponsor that's giving you all the money doesn't get it. You tell them like, yeah, digital marketing leads, you need to have, post an ebook, post a webinar, all these things like that. They're like, I just don't see value in this. Where are my leads? Give me my people, right? And then but you might have a sponsor who's spending very little money, but they get it. What you should be trying to do is help grow that little sponsor who gets it, and maybe saying to the big sponsor, you know what? This is probably not a good fit for you. And I get how hard that is, because that's like saying no to money. But if you can say, hey, maybe let's move you down so you're not spending as much money. Instead, maybe try to grow that little sponsor who gets it to become your next major sponsor for the virtual world. So that's one thing to think about when it comes to it, and support them through production, through high quality content, help them do the graphics, help them make their pages look beautiful. You can't help them with the sales aspect, but you can help them at least look really good on their production value. Oh my gosh, Anna, if you make me plank, I might die. Michael, you're actually planking right now? That's crazy. All right, so let's dive into some of your challenges that you all are having when it comes to the virtual world, when it comes to your production. Let me see if I can kind of get into this a little bit more. So let's talk about Wendy who's talking about cost and how there's the cost of production when it comes to it. So Wendy, feel free to ask and give a little bit more context into the production costs that you're kind of seeing. But I think this is one of the things that's really, really interesting to me is that, I'd say pre-pandemic or during the pandemic, we saw a lot of clients who kind of were like, oh, yeah, I have $1 million event. You know what? Oh, what's a pretty big virtual budget? $250,000. Let's do the whole event for $250,000. And that was possible. But you had to make a lot of sacrifices. But if you start adding back into things like studios, like I'm recommending, you're going to have to spend a little bit of money to do that. However, the one thing to think about when it comes to production right now, this is going to give you a little insider secret, is that most production companies, that at least the ones that are still left, are dying to be busy right now. They want to get busy. There are some that are really busy already, and they're going to be a little bit harder to work with because they have tons of contracts and they might just be holding strong on their prices. But go back to your original production providers and say to them, hey, I'm looking at stepping up my production. What can we do to do this? And I also need to keep costs low. Sometimes, for example, right now, think about every lighting company that exists right now. They have tons of these moving headlights, LED screens, and it's all just sitting in their warehouses, not making any money at all. I bet you if you told them and said, hey, what do you have in your inventory that's not being utilized? How can we utilize that equipment? You can probably get it for pennies on the dollar, at least for the next year until, we really start to flood back when it comes to it. But take advantage, and this is coming from a company that literally does this, take advantage of the idea that there's stuff sitting unutilized on the shelves right now. So that's one way to do this. The second way, I think, to decrease costs is to have an upfront conversation about where your budget is when it comes to it. If you saw that $1 million budget drop to $250,000 and that's where it's at, well, then let's have that conversation about, hey, here's exactly where I am in the budget. And I think this is where you're talking with your production providers as well about maybe a long-term partnership, saying something like, look, we want to grow this event from $250,000 back to $1 million in production budget. How can I, maybe step towards that to build a long-term relationship? I think that you could potentially get things cheaper this year as you start to grow your budget initially as well. And then the last little bit I think I'll add is keep attending events like this. Jim did such a fantastic job sharing so many cool tools that are free to use or extremely cheap to use. Keep staying on top of that stuff because when technologies become established, they become expensive as well. But I can't tell you how many tools that I've used, similar to the Jim's very excitement for all the apps like I have too, where I found him when they were like early stages. And you end up getting grandfathered in because the costs are a lot lower. They're looking at just making ends meet. And they end up locking you in at a grandfathered rate. And that can really help you long term to be able to get technologies that might be the next big thing. But you have to do a little bit of early adopting if you want to do that. So let's see, what other stuff are we getting in here? Wendy says, I understand the value of productional tech team, but my clients can't or won't pay for it. I'd be curious to know, like, are you trying to funnel a lot of that energy and you have to do all the work to kind of sell your clients on it? If not, if you are, I would definitely recommend tapping your team to come in and help sell that vision of what it's going to look like. It's a lot less energy. It's a lot easier to go, and here's Will. He's my production guy. He's going to talk through your production stuff on here. Than it is to be like, okay, so I talked to Will, I got all the information, and now I got to triple sell it all right back over to them. So that's one suggestion I would have on there as well. I see a lot of clients try to do that, and it's really hard. You have so much stuff going on. I don't want to give you one more thing you have to worry about. But I think the second thing that when you think about the production value of it as well is you have to ask them. You have to say, okay, cool. I see that, and this is where maybe the salesman and Will comes out a little bit more. I see where you're going in terms of you don't want to spend a lot of money on production. We got to keep costs low. Well, let's say we just continue the way we are right now. Look at this event. They're raising their production, and give them an example event that's in your same space, or even not the same space, but one that they would be wowed by, right? And I would say to them, if we don't rise to this level, what's the risk? Oh, sure, we might not spend, an additional $30,000 this year, and we might save that money. But what if someone ends up finding that great conference and wants to attend it instead, and we lose potentially an attendee who would be willing to come for 3-4 years in a row to come to our event? And I think that's really where you have to share with them the risk that they're potentially taking by not stepping up their game. And I think right now a lot of people keep going, okay, well, yeah, we'll keep costs low. But here's the thing. Now that this has all been done now, people are figuring out how to do it better, and competition's going to get stiffer. And I think if we don't evolve with the times, we're going to end up falling behind in a lot of ways. So CFOs don't understand why this stuff costs so much. That's why I have to sell to. CFOs are tough. They think in dollars and cents and ROI, right? So maybe it's worth tagging in somebody who can speak that same language in the same way back as well. That's maybe one potential option as well. I know that I talk to my CFO totally different than the way I talk to my head of people or my head of marketing, right? They want to know ROI, where everything's going to be going on there. And production is tough because there's no you're not going here, oh yeah, you spent $100 on this light, it sold this XYZ. But I would just find case studies potentially to help with that. Let me see here. One thing that has worked for me, Ann says, is that you show them a higher production and value event and then invite them to attend one. Yep, I love that. Yeah, I think it's one of those things when you just see it, you understand it. Because when you look at quotes and things like that, especially in the production world, all you see is gobbledygook terms. LECO 19 degree, LED source 4, right? Or VRX 932 LAP. But a production person sees high quality audio, low cost electricity, so you don't have to have a huge electrical bill from the venue. You're right. They see all these sort of things, but when you bring someone who's a little bit more layman's terms who doesn't know production, and you just show them it, right? They'll get it. So for example, I can sit here and say, yeah, so I'm using a Sony A6100 with a Sigma 16 millimeter 1.4 lens. It's all feeding into a game capture card by Elgato that's coming in here. And then this is a Heil PR40 feeding into a Scarlett 2i2. But you've seen my production value now. And I just say to you, look at my production value and where I'm presenting from in terms of quality of video and production value that I'm bringing. And you just go, wow, that looks good. That sounds good, right? And if I told you that this camera costs $1,000, this mic costs $400, you might go, okay, that's totally worth it for this level of production versus using a webcam or using the onboard microphone, which costs nothing. And you might think to yourself, oh yeah, that's really, that looks really, really good. But when I talk to you in terms of technical terms, it's going to not make a lot of sense too. So try to like figure out some potential options for you to be able to see the results of what you're trying to do. And lean on your production companies, lean on the partner that if you have a in-house technical director who's doing this stuff for you, say, provide me examples of exactly what this is going to look like. And it's very, very easy just to lean on the technical side of things. All right, so what else do we got going on? So let's keep diving in. What other challenges are you all having that potentially need help with? Liz is back. I'm guessing.
I'm back. I have some questions myself, and I think
All
other
right.
people will put questions in as we're chatting too. But
let's do it.
All right. So you talked a little bit earlier, and I saw a comment earlier. I got to find it about TV. Oh, cinema and TV, the new event broadcast revolution. I mean, look at the difference in our camera. If you're trying to make a point about upgrading,
I try not to call people out for specifically work, and I'm like,
it's okay. This is true, right? This is what low budget looks like. My camera, high budget. Well, if we focus in on that. But, I hear a lot of event professionals are kind of obsessed with this idea of like video quality, storytelling, all the camera equipment. And I think for a lot of people, it's just overwhelming. Budgets are super tight and they're figuring, how do you do all that? I produce conferences. I don't produce Netflix shows. It's a completely different thing. So what are you telling people in terms of like this balance too, between the high quality production, not just cost, but quality, and storytelling? Where should they be putting their resources right now?
Yeah, I think the first thing is definitely audio quality over video for sure. Like, I think that people are gonna get annoyed by poor audio quality or things like that. Versus if video quality, they're like, okay, cool. I don't have to look at the person, but I need to hear what they're saying. So I think that's one important thing to think about when it comes to this. I think the other thing too, when it comes to focusing on it, is that if, for example, especially because things are starting to open up now, this is why studio spaces make me so excited, is that, if you were to send what we call it a go kit or a presenter kit that has this nice camera, this nice microphone, let's say we rent it for $100 a day. Well, you're talking about, we're probably going to rent it out for a week because we're going to send it that speaker. They're not going to get it, set it up in one day and then tear it down and then ship it out. They're probably going to take a week to get out. So you're paying maybe a week for it. So $100 a day, a week rate might be something like $500 a week. Well, that's one presenter a week. Let's say you have 10 presenters. Now you're talking $5,000 in potential costs of just, having 5 presenters have good quality video and audio to rent from. Well, you might be able to go into a studio for a day and then, rent it for $3,000 and then pay to have all, $500 a flight to fly all those speakers in. This is assuming that you have to have them travel for it. And they'll come in, present, record their content. Boom, you're good to go to do this sort of thing. I think if you're doing it live, it makes even more sense because you're not talking about one kit that's getting shared amongst 5 different speakers. You're talking about maybe a kit that has 5 different kits that have to get sent out and are being held for that entire event. So the costs can get really, really high. And these go kits were great when we literally could not leave our houses, otherwise we're gonna get arrested. But now studios are an option. I think that's where you can bring that production value at a low cost and allow the a professional who does TV broadcast to be able to handle it on there too, because I totally get it. I learned about cameras a couple years ago because I wanted to start learning how to vlog. So I learned why you want a Sigma 60 millimeter, what 60 millimeter means versus 1.4 and things like that. But you might be thinking to yourself, like you said, I don't have time to learn about all this stuff. So I think the thing is that you can lean on these people to do it the same way that we used to lean on the caterers to think about the food, in the same way we used to work on the AV company. I think that exact same parallel can be applied to here.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2020 put a lot of people in bootstrapping, do-it-yourself mode, and that's just, to your point, that's not what we were doing at in-person events. We weren't getting behind the soundboard and trying to figure out what we're supposed to do with all these buttons. You work with your partners, and that is super important. One of the questions I have for you is that a lot of production companies are out there, like you said, they wish they were busier. They have all this capability, and I think they have a lot of experience with in-person. Some of them, I know we're still talking to people who they don't have that much virtual experience, and now they're looking at hybrid. They're trying to figure out. And I noticed more and more these event tech companies are starting to offer services. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
get the platform with them and they'll produce your whole event. What do you think about that from
Oh
a
my gosh.
producer side?
This is the first time someone's ever asked me this question so far, and I've been accumulating some thoughts. So from a business standpoint, I 100% get it, right? Like, I'm a business guy technically first before I'm an event professional, so because I gotta live and thrive
Sure.
and keep employees paid, right? So when I see this, I go, wow, they're so smart. Like, because they were just referring it over to companies like us. We like Endless became like the official production provider of like half the platforms out there because they were like, look, our clients want this. We don't know what to do. We don't have time to deal with this. We just got to make technology. Boom, here you go.
Yeah.
Now they're realizing, similar in a way that, Amazon, for example, let's use Amazon as an example. Amazon, they see the number one selling product and then they go, oh, you know what? iPhone cases are crushing it right now. We should make our own iPhone case. So then
Yeah.
they kind of do a little sketchy where they just like copy the other product and then release it. If you ever get a chance, Peak Designs, look up Peak Designs like battles with Amazon for this like sling bag. Amazon copied the design, and then Peak Designs kind of came back and was like, yeah, you can get it way cheaper, but like ours is higher quality and things like that. So anyways, sorry, that was a little bit of a tangent, but I think it's the exact same way when we think about it, is that they're thinking like, hey, how can we keep this revenue in-house to be able to do these sort of things? What I'm starting to see though is that they're kind of jumping in, and I'm 100% biased in this, so I'm going to try to pick the 100% unbiased opinion. But I think that what I've seen initially is that a lot of times these platforms and these technology companies are hiring like a guy to be the AV person who understands this sort of stuff. But there's no way one person can handle the, how many, I can't imagine how many events these platforms are doing. Thousands of events at any given moment. There's no way they can help handle all this sort of stuff, right? Like when you look at like a production company, they have tons and tons of staff to do just the production for that one thing. So I think that's what's really interesting to me is that they're kind of tapping into some expertise to be like, tell us what we need to do and things like that. And not saying that any technology company is not going to come out there and be able to build an in-house production company, but by the time they do that, the trend of needing this is going to be gone, and people are going to be returning just back to production companies to do this. So I think that's really interesting to me. I think though, I'm always a big fan of tighter ecosystems. Like Endless is built as a company to be the idea of like, hey, there's these parts that we usually separated that don't make sense to separate, because then it just creates a potential, if they talk about technology, point of failure in that conversation. And so I think that, designing of ecosystems is really, really smart, but I think that they're trying to capture revenue potentially without thinking about the fact that this is like, it takes a while to build this sort of stuff up. And I think too that I'm always worried that our industry hates the idea of being forced to use something. So I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a platform that's going to come out there and be like, oh yeah, you can't use your own production company. You have to use ours, or it's highly encouraged. And like everyone's going to get flashbacks of like in-house AV companies immediately and be like, and we don't like that, blacklisted.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate you answering it. It's one of those things I just put you on the spot, but
that was the hardest question I think I've been asked in a long time.
I think it's like a registration company that suddenly, or, starts doing virtual. It's like, I get it. You're trying to expand your services, you're keeping the revenue in-house, but is it really the kind of service and the quality of service that you need? And our industry has plenty of production professionals who really know what they're doing and just like need someone to call them. So I was interested. Let's see here. We are getting some questions from other people. So, we should entertain those. Joel says, what does hybrid look like in 2025? What would be a winning execution of mixing in-person and digital? Why don't we keep the hard questions rolling while we're at it?
Totally. So I'm going to share a blog post for you all if I can find it as fast as I can. Here it is. That we did all on our hybrid event model. So we realized there's so many people talking about hybrid event models, but everyone's like talking about like one model or something like that. So we created this like ultimate guide that literally defines what the model is. They have like names and things like that too to make them easy to remember, and parallels to science and planets and things like that. So go check out that link to that hybrid event models thing so you can understand that first. So I think that's the first starting point. But for me, my core philosophy around where hybrid's going to be in 2025 is the merging between audiences, right? Not the idea, I think we all get this, is that it's not the idea of having one audience that's a fly on the wall and another audience that's, in person and, they're happening simultaneously. If your events are happening simultaneously, but they're not merging together, it's not hybrid. It's just two events happening at the same time. Yeah. So I think that's the first thing. And Liz, I gotta give props to you and Dahlia as well. when we did Control Delete all those years ago, it was funny how like for the longest time we were talking about hybrid events, and now it's like all of a sudden that's coming so full circle for what's coming around. And I think that everyone keeps going like, "Oh yeah, hybrids, this whole new thing." It's like, no, this stuff's existed for so long. Jim can probably tell stories, and I've heard him tell all the stories of like, remember when like people used to attend events calling in on their phones, and that's technically a hybrid event. But for 2025. It's no longer just the idea of them merging together and like attending the event simultaneously, but it's the idea that the in-person attendee has the same level of quality experience as the virtual attendee. And no longer is it this idea of feeling like a fly on the wall or feeling like a second class citizen, but that they feel that they are equally enjoying the experience. And I think that we're going to have to really cross some barriers to do this, because the biggest challenge that we're going to have is how can you get virtual attendees to interact with in-person attendees. And I'll just give one example, because this is probably a whole talk of my own. I could probably spend a whole hour on this. But one example of this is that, I'd say hybrid 1.0, which was the fly on the wall, hybrid 1.5, which we're moving into, was very much like, okay, well, now we want a virtual attendee to meet an in-person attendee. And the way that we have to do that using today's existing technology, which will probably change in the next couple of months, is, oh, I want to meet Liz. Okay, well, I'm just walking out of the general session. Let me go find a quiet place. And usually that's our hotel room, which means I'm leaving the event now. So I'm not even technically an in-person attendee anymore, but I'm leaving the event to go talk to Liz on a video chat. And then I get done and I end up checking my emails, right? I imagine that in 2025, it'll probably actually be shorter than that, that as an attendee, you walk out of the general session, you go, oh, I have a meeting with Liz. It says, go to pod A. Oh, hey, there's pod A right there. I walk in, there's no one in it. I get in, and Liz, you pop up on the screen, and I can just talk to you as if we just walked into the Starbucks and I saw you sitting at the table right there and we got to meet. I think that's where the future of hybrid's going, and I think that's where a virtual attendee isn't going to feel like they got a second-class citizen of networking experience that the in-person attendee got.
And I feel like the production matters so much for that as well. There's the
100%.
one-on-one, the meeting of attendees, but then there's, I'm sure I know you've heard of this, the camera in the back of the room as compared to in the front of the room, or really both, that you have one view that's the stage. It's what's happening. It's like the best view of the speaker and everything they're saying and their slides. And then you have like a simultaneous or switching in of all of the attendees. You're getting to see the reactions of people. You're like there as if you're sitting next to people. And that kind of production quality is going to really matter to make your virtual attendees feel like they're part of the event.
Yeah, the one camera in the back is, I thought that was outdated pre-pandemic.
It was.
I always told clients like at least two cameras. That's no one wants to watch one camera just swing back and forth. But I think we're moving beyond even just two cameras. We're talking minimum 3 cameras. I think 4 cameras, 5 cameras. Look at TED. They've been requiring like 5 camera shoots for so long, and it's because they have all these shots they're able to pull from that makes that content just so engaging. And that's why TED Talks are like the most engaging, or not the most engaging, but I'd say the most watched conference style content out there.
Yeah. Dahlia wants to know, she's here. I should just bring her up on screen, but she might not be ready. She wants to know, is there a trend where attendees will go to face-to-face and attend the event from their room? I think that is definitely going to happen.
Yeah, I think especially in the short term too, that, we have no idea, always listen to the medical professionals, listen to the scientists. I've been talking about this since the beginning of the pandemic. We don't know when we're going to be able to put 1,000 people in a ballroom. I can't tell you that date, but I can tell you right now that in the sense that, let's say you end up booking an event, you commit that you're going to get this gigantic ballroom, we're going to put 1,000 people, and the people start booking their flights, and boom, a variant comes out, and people can't, attend in person. Or let's say another different virus pops out, and people are just like, well, I'm already here in the city. I think that people would love to do that. And then you say something like, hey, well, why don't we make it so these pods can go still meet with each other as well? I do think the economics have to be worked on a little bit, because I can't imagine spending like $2,000 on a hotel room just to be sitting in it all the time. But I think that we could potentially see this idea, people attending an event as well. I also see that nomadic culture is going to expand too. This is probably a newer idea for me, but like in remote work culture, there's this idea of a digital nomad. And it's these people who just don't have homes. They just literally travel all the time. But I can imagine too that someone's like, hey, like I'm going to go to San Francisco for this event, but, there actually is no physical thing that's end up happening. But there's a couple people that I know that are also virtually attending the event, or some people I want to meet. I think that sort of culture and those elements are going to start to bleed into what's going on right now as well.
Yeah, I agree. And I've been thinking just, everyone's talking about changing habits. Like an entire year plus of being like quarantined and not
Right.
traveling has completely changed people's habits. And then you add in things like Clubhouse, where there's audio only. I really think that people are going to get into this very much the mentality of like, I'm going to choose how much I want to be engaged. I might only want to come and, to Anne's point, I'm just going to stream the content, watch it from my hotel room. I'm going to go to the parties. I'm going to be as engaged as I want. And I'm going to participate in the events virtually and in person in as many ways that I want to access it. I think that's going to be really difficult to do and execute on for the event organizers. But I think that's the expectation that we're coming back to is I might go in person. I might be virtual. I might, in either of those scenarios, only participate in a small portion of the event the way I used to, but I might try all these other new things while I'm at it. So let's just make our lives more complicated.
Well, you bring it to a point. Like I've been saying forever, like audience engagement is a choose your own adventure. Like give people all the choices they can, right? Like usually when I do my talks, I give a Google Doc. I'm letting you be in the chat, all those things like that. I kept it a little simple today. But I think that choose your own adventure thing is so important. Like there's so many familiar faces here, but I know if I ask this question, how many of us have gone to like, a conference and then just never actually like attended the conference? We just sat in like the hallway or whatever it was and we just talked to people or, and I'm sure there's attendees out there who are like, look, I'm not paying $1,000 for registration. I'm just going to go to like hang out at a coffee shop across the street and then, oh, hey, you're here? Yeah, I'm here. All these things like that. I think that's seriously such a way people are going to engage. And we have to think about that the same way when it comes to hybrid and virtual is people are going to engage the way they want to engage 100%.
Yeah. Well, I know you are a very busy man, and I promised you we would stop at 11:55 Eastern time. So thank you so much for joining us today and downloading us on all of this production knowledge. Really always awesome to have you on.
Seriously, so honored to be here and so awesome to see so many familiar faces in the chat. And yeah, if you want to stay tuned and you liked what I've talked about, you like my energy, go check out the blog, helloendless.com, subscribe, check out our webinars, our resources page. We got so much good stuff coming out. We're literally dropping like epic calculators every single day, epic blogs. Yeah, I'm just going to stop talking, but thank you so much everybody for being here. I look forward to seeing you all on the interwebs. And Liz, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. I don't know how to go back to the earlier comment about your energy level, I don't know how you produce all of this and come up with all these great resources, but thank you so much for doing it.
Absolutely.
All right. So we are going into our next session with one of my industry faves, all-time faves, Dahlia. Dahlia, I have to bring you up here as I see your smile. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good. I feel like it would be my dream for you and I to be on a stage together all the time. So we just make it happen here. Thank you for joining today.
Oh my God, my pleasure, my honor, and Will, nobody could give you more coffee than getting up on screen because I'm sending you mud water, honey, because I don't know. Like, I'm exhausted right now. I don't know about you, Liz, but I am so exhausted. I feel winded because of Will. So
yeah, we all need more coffee. My coffee's almost gone. Yes. Oh my gosh, what will happen?
How are you doing?
I'm great. I am excited to be here. I love this kind of this is what gives me energy. Just geeking out and learning and applying things, getting things I can apply to our clients. And it's all good people today. It's just, good conversation.
And I'm looking at all the comments and I'm looking at all the the love and you bring it all together and we thrive on the energy that you put together out there. So I don't know how you do it as well. So there you go.
We all just jump in.
Yeah.
But I asked you to come today and talk about engagement.
Yes.
Everyone, of course, today we have the chat. We have Jim was using polling. There's Q&A. We got it. There's the interaction between speakers. So we're trying to do kind of the basic stuff, but I know you are the queen of just thinking outside the box and getting people to really interact. So I'll let you take it from here, but let me know if you need anything.
Speaking of queen, I stole this nice. From my daughter. I'm not going to wear it, but
you should wear it the whole time.
You want to? Okay.
You should.
Anything for you, Liz. So, but what I would love, I would love to talk about different engagement as well as different ways to surprise and delight your audience, because I think that's going to be the differentiator going forward. Right now, with everything that you've had within the program since the beginning, I think people's heads are kind of hurting because you've had mind-blowing speakers as well as mind-blowing content. So a couple of disclaimers for everybody is that you will have access to this deck. And I believe if Liz, if I'm not mistaken, they'll have access to the recordings as well. But just to dive in, I want to give you a couple of different ideas on how to surprise and delight not only your attendees, so think of it as your stakeholders. But before we get that, because this is also an idea I want you to steal, is I want us to connect on LinkedIn so that we can continue the conversation. And I have a couple of little giveaways that I want to do as well. So if you can pull up your phone, and you can do this in two ways, but let's do it the easy way. The easy way is for you to just open up your camera, hold and hover your camera open to the QR code, and it will automatically have you connect with me if you are not already connected. And then you can drop me a line, drop me a hello, however you want. So this is an idea for engagement. This is an idea that you can steal for your attendees to use together, for your speakers to have as in their background, for example, so that they continue the conversation. So when we're talking about engagement, when we're talking about different ideas, incentives, all of that good stuff, we want it to be mind stamping. Your events, for them to be different, you want them to be like very memorable, like wow factors. You want them to be thumb stamping so that people are able to say, this was epic, and have it be viral on social media. You also want it to be viral, meaning that you want your brand and you want your event participants to like take your brand forward, whether you as a speaker, content creator, as an event brand, as an organization. You want them to be part of that experience and to tell others how excited, how emotional they were as being part of your event experience. And you want a feel-good moment to it as well. And if you have fur babies, hands up or tell me in the comments, because there's going to be another little thing going on here with the fur babies. So too bad in StreamYard you can't share pictures yet, which I don't understand why, or maybe you can. So here's the other thing. When it comes to engagement, when it comes to incentives, when it comes to giveaways, if you will, there's tangible and there's intangible. So you have to think of it from even the registration side. When you are getting your attendees and your event participants, you want to get to know them. You want to give them something that will serve them as a value add, whether it's tangible, whether it's intangible. It has to create that emotional connection, if you will, especially because we've been on screens, we've seen each other Brady Bunch style, and we're missing that emotion. We're missing the hugs and kisses. We're missing talking about the bad coffee in the reception or the coffee break. So you want to see how we can bring that instead of just us, like in tile mode on Zoom. Do they have fur babies? Do they have kids? Do they have a new hobby? In the last year or so, I've seen a lot of people bake bread. I've seen a lot of people take knitting. I've seen a lot of people make pizza, which I think, Liz, you're one of them. So it's inspiring, but you get to know your audience. You get to know them on a personal level. This type of information and data will help you create those value moments and will create, the idea of knowing thy audience, which is what you need to do when you are creating and designing your digital experiences, your live experiences, bringing it back face-to-face. If Anne wants to view, and she's in face-to-face and she wants to see the content and stream it from the couch in the room that she is in within the facility, then you might want to get to know what her favorite snacks are. So just real quick, if you can share highlights and quotes from techsytalk Fastlane on social media, take pictures, do high fives to the screen or blow kisses, take pictures of that. That shows me emotion that I'm on the right track as well. Tag me, and then maybe we can have some coffee time together. So a couple of ideas for you, and it is almost lunchtime. I know it's probably lunchtime for Lucas, but it's lunchtime for me in Boston. Here's a couple of ideas. Snack crates is amazing, as well as universal yums. And the great thing about this is the surprise and delight. This is a surprise box that you can do a subscription for example, to your VIPs, to your speakers, to your first-time attendees. These are all sponsorship opportunities. And if you want to chat about how you can turn these into sponsorship opportunities, ping me. More than happy to help you out with that. But this is like a surprise box that comes monthly from different countries, and you don't know what's in it. There's information in it. And this is a surprise and delight moment. So think of snacks, think of drinks. Today's Cinco de Mayo. So happy Cinco de Mayo. Very appropriate. And it would have been fantastic if we were doing mojitos, margaritas, you name it, together. So think of the cocktail mix kit. It's not about the alcohol, which is key. It's about what you can do together, and then how viral that will get, and how peers would be able to engage with each other, show each other the cocktails, the epic fails, the epic successes, yum moments, etc. Pizza mix kit. So you think of this as a networking opportunity. You think of it even as a breakout session, bringing maybe certain people, if they told you in registration that, they are connoisseurs in pizza. So like this makes it more fun. And the fun element then creates more emotion. It creates more peer-to-peer bonding, especially if you have a digital audience that you got first timers, for example, last year. How are you going to bring them in to have them come face to face? Is there a tie-in? And usually when it comes to food and drink, that's a pretty good tie-in in my opinion. So Cheers in a Box is also a great company that can put together these curated kits. You can have them as subscriptions. You can have them as custom boxes. It could be something related to the location of your next face-to-face meeting, for example. And the other thing is services. So like if you know people are binging on Netflix, have at it. Make sure that you are doing something to make them know more. Allison says Snack Magic lets the recipient pick their own snacks. We love it. Snack Magic. So I'm going to add that into the deck as well. Thank you, Allison. And Rachel says she has a 13-week-old puppy. So I would love a picture, Rachel, of Angel right now so that everybody can see that on social media. All right. So another idea is this is about the hobbies, but something fun, something different is origami or different crafts like this little itty bitty, I think it's a penguin. But imagine if you get this and it has a tie-in to the theme of the event that you're going to be at, or they know that you have a toddler, or they know that you have a kid that you need to keep occupied until and while you are experiencing the event itself. And I'm sure there's a couple of moms on here that can relate to that. And if you have any other ideas, let me know, please, because I would love to add on to this. We actually, in Dahlia Plus agency, we have what we call a treasure trove of ideas. And so we've been accumulated this vault of ideas that we use for our clients, especially if they need new ideas for their events, whether online or face-to-face. One of my favorites are the paddles. The paddles go a very long way. And I know Will was, commenting on this. You're on mute and I have a question. So obviously these are things that you can have fun with, but these are also things that you can use to create some sort of behavior that you would want. So imagine if your paddle is not, oh, you're on mute, or I have a question. Maybe it's props, like props that you saw at photo booths, for example. And then you tell your attendees, you tell your stakeholders when they can bring the props out. And that way you're sort of guiding them, and you need to help them guide. They need onboarding more than anybody else. It's not about the Zoom fatigue. It's about having them pay attention to what you want them to do and having fun with it, whether it's the speaker or whether it's the attendee. Fur babies. I see a lot of people have fur babies, and Andrea has a rescue puppy. So do I. I'm a foster fail, actually. I fostered puppies and I kept one of them. So this was an idea that we had with one of our clients where we actually asked in registration, you have a fur baby? Yes. Cat, dog, which one? And they got a hoodie, and the hoodie had the hashtag of the show on it. It was brilliant. They also had like an award reception, so you could see the little Prosecco, and just all this good stuff. And so this is something that you're seeing more of, but this has to be orchestrated within your event design, within your engagement experience design and plan. This is not something where you go and say, I'm going to, put 10 different engagement ideas in the event and then just have at it. You have to have it orchestrated. You have to have someone plan it out with you. So fur baby contest, this is your first assignment. Fur baby contest is if you have a picture, or if you can take a picture with your fur baby, Angel included, Rachel, do that, share it on social media, hashtag techsytalk, or Liz, if you want to give us another hashtag, up to you, but we need to see your fur babies. All right, so that's one thing. So going back to ideas, everybody's into gear. Everybody geeks out on like the latest headphones, the latest cameras, what have you. Brand them and make this a sponsorship opportunity as well. Put a little bit of maybe content to it, a little postcard that tells them how to use it, give them tips, brand it with the sponsor logo on it, have them create a little video or an audio video. Audio channels or social audio is going to be big. So the sound bites, the thank yous, those are all audios, like sound bites, if you will, that you can use for your marketing, for your sponsor, for lead gen. So be creative on that front as well. So a couple of other websites that you might have heard of, you might not have heard of, and I'm throwing them in here because it is all about playing, and it is all about like seeing what's new, what's relevant, what can fit your design for your experience, as well as what your stakeholders would want. So keep in mind, one of the huge stakeholders that you cannot forget about is your internal team, your events team, your C-suite, your board, your committees. They need the love more than ever before right now. And so Hoppier is one where you can actually customize, gift cards, if you will, rewards cards, have everybody have lunch at the same time, and give them those cards at a certain time, and then have them show up together, for example. So this is international. This works really, really well for happy hours, for internal team get-togethers, for virtual events, if you will, for even like micro-targeting. So you might want your first-timers to experience some sort of thank you from Hoppier versus others, even your speakers. So other thing to play with, if you can get your camera out right now. So Ingamio is kind of new. It has these ways of where you can customize games, interactive experiences. It also has this really cool way of having a map where you can see where everybody is beaming in from. And you can use this not only digital or for your virtual events, use it on site. The QR code is going to play a very different game, if you will, no pun intended, when it is on site, as well as you can think of creative ways where you can use QR codes to bring your digital or your virtual attendees together with your face-to-face or live attendees. So take us a minute right now, a hot minute, open up your camera. And even though I tell people, I know if you're playing Candy Crush while I'm speaking on camera, but this one, you're excused for this one. Open up your camera, hold it to the QR code. You're gonna come to a puzzle. And it's just to give you a little taste of what Ingamio can do for you, as well as get the creative juices going on how you can use this for your events going forward. So karaoke, who loves So let's look in the chat, in the comments. Raise your hand. Sean, I've seen you sing and you're kind of amazing. So there you go. And Rachel, I don't know if we've ever, or Liz, I don't know if we've ever done karaoke together. But the great thing about VoiceBox is that this can be used for virtual events, as well as they're opening up different locations. So think of it, this is where you can create a moment where there's synergy between different audiences. Have fun with it. Ask them questions. Can you do it on location or something similar to where your live event is going to be? And in regards to, virtual, this is a great opportunity to get people together, get them out of their comfort zone. I don't know how many drinks people need to be able to karaoke on screen. As long as you are sending out that disclaimer that they might be recorded or not. And Anne, Sean, I have a recording of Sean doing karaoke. So if you want to see it, we can chat later. Just saying. But you have VoiceBox. The virtual photo booth, this is a fun part too. You have to think of it in different ways, whether this is a sponsorship opportunity, whether this is actually going to be part of your marketing for your next event, or whether you can use this where you are able to grab testimonials from your face-to-face audience, asking or creating that FOMO for your virtual audience to come face-to-face the next year, or even vice versa. So your virtual audience saying, my God, I missed the face-to-face. So this is the bridge. Think of your engagement and interactive moments as bridges. When are you going to start moving or your audience from one kind of event to another? And I think you know what I mean. So this is one thing that we did with the Dahlia Plus team and squad, which I rave about. But this is also where all these experiences that you see, you don't have to create alone. There is amazing talent that came to the forefront, especially from last year. Drag Taste is a must-see, is a must-attend. And I don't know, I think Rachel was with us on it, but this was very, very cool. It actually was like the #1 networking reception experience for Web Summit last year. They were supposed to be in Lisbon, Portugal. They brought in Drag Taste, which is this amazing group of talented people that showed us how to create sangria in our own kitchens when Web Summit went virtual. The chat was on fire. It was so entertaining. They were so personal. It was amazing. And we found them on Airbnb. And so Airbnb experiences, take a look at it. And I have a couple of other websites as well. And I think there's one that's being created for the industry by industry experts, which I think is fantastic. Take a look at it to see different ideas, whether it's from cuisine, whether it's from different parts of the world. If people are not traveling, take them to, Batman Alley in Brazil and see the graffiti. Take them with someone who can put a GoPro in Japan and show you all the, scenes of the Ghibli movies, for example. The other thing is there is a website called Sparkin, which these are 15-minute type of experiences. Similar to the Airbnb experiences, you can add a spark to a meeting, a team meeting, a speaker meeting, for example, even within your events. But this is something that you need to also plan out. I'm just planting the seed, giving you the ideas, and you can have at it. Moselle is saying, I would crash Zoom if I were singing, not in a good way. I think you're a little hard on yourself. I would crash Zoom, not you. So with Sparkin, you're able to look at it. There's people that do meditation, mindfulness exercises. There's also singing. There's just different ways of saying, okay, let me just, push the envelope a little bit more. Bash is also a different type of experience, as well as virtual games. So think of this as not yet another breakout room on Zoom. This is something interactive, something that people can engage with this has to also be all facilitated, meaning that you want to make sure that the introverts are able to turn their cameras on, that you are able to have maybe a buddy system, someone bringing someone back in, to the game, to the conversation. And so this is just ideas for you, but you need to have a team to help you plan it out and to map it out and be facilitators and moderators as well. And I don't want to go off with like showing you all these new ideas and not mentioning Twine, because I think Anne and Lawrence are onto something really, really huge when it comes to conversation starters and when it comes to networking and speed networking. So you have to figure out what is the best timing as well as what is the best strategy in order to get people together. So if you're into celebrities, cameo.com is great. So in the sense of they have different messages that they can personalize for you. Think of this as a thank you. Think of this as maybe a one-off, because you're creating that emotional connection. So if you know of someone that is like enamored by, and this is Fast and Furious, as Liz says, this is fast lane. I'm enamored by Vin Diesel. I think that is not a secret to anybody that knows me. But Cameo comes in where you can have these personalized announcements or messages from artists. The other thing is everybody misses Broadway. And I do as well. So this is taking it a step up where you can actually hire someone that has been on Broadway to give like a mini workshop, voice lessons. And it's just a fun, different way. And I kid you not, I bet you that there will be a certain target audience within your event where everybody is saying, oh my God, I just met so-and-so, Neil Patrick Harris or someone like that, and they just gave me voice lessons. That is what you want to do. You want to create that excitement and that mind stamping moment. So the other thing is extra content. And what you want to understand is that, yes, you have your program, you have all your sessions. It could be accredited sessions. It could be people are in there, to get their designations, get their certifications. But the extra content and that emotional connection is going to be what differentiates your event, your experience from others. So talk about professional well-being, talk about mental health, talk about anything that will empower your event participant on a different level. So not only from industry content, but something else. And, everybody kind of understands that we come in as a D+ team when we do the tech bars and when we do LinkedIn profile reviews and the coaching and the branding advice. This is all related to empowerment. We're at a point right now where an event will make a difference if you're bringing them more value add to make them stronger as a professional, as a person, as well as a business. Everybody's business is almost in reset mode right now. And so doing that, you're bringing extra value add and more brand loyalty to your organization as well as to your event. The feel good moment, I'm a huge, huge fan of Fill It Forward. If you've known of Fill It Forward, this is a great, great charity component that you can weave into your brand, into your event, where you have branded bottles. They have QR codes on an app. It actually helps you track how much water you intake, but the water you take in also goes to somewhere in the world that needs it. And so this feel good moment is what you also have to put within and weave that within your marketing and within your event brand. Tree Furl is another one. It's kind of cool because I've been binging a lot of Netflix, and if you have as well, please send some, movies or series my way, because I think I've sort of watched everything so far. And so the Tree Furl is basically the amount of time you spend on Netflix, for example, or binging on something. There's trees planted for you on your behalf. So think of that like outside of the box, something that's a little bit different, but has a feel-good moment to it as well. So I'm going to give you another assignment. I would love for you to take out your camera one more time. And I would also love that you share what brings you joy, or as an attendee, or what brings you joy, what other new ideas that we can add on that will increase engagement, increase interaction, that emotional, connection. And this is using Video Ask. So if you open your camera and hover over the QR code, you will come to Video Ask, and you can do this via text. You can do this via video. I would love to see your beautiful faces, so don't be shy. And just tell me what would bring joy to your attendees, or any new ideas that you might have. So I'm going to give you a minute I'll give you 30 seconds, not a minute, because I want to see if you have any questions. All right. And I already have a new response. Oh my God, someone's really, really quick. Again, share your highlights, share your high five moments, because I want to see everybody like doing high five moments, because I miss everybody. And then the other thing is would love to connect with you, either on Twitter, on Insta, as well as on LinkedIn. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. The Video Ask is on fire. By the way, Video Ask is awesome, and you should all be using it. And I think we are good, unless, what do you think? Liz?
That was amazing.
Your head must be hurting. My head is hurting. We thought Will did it, but oh my God, like between Spellos, you got all the cool kids on the table, like in one, like Fast and Furious thing. Like,
I think I just told everyone you were going to be here, and then everyone else just kind of like jumped on board.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it works like that. I mean, clearly a ton of ideas. I have like in addition to all the tabs I've been opening all day, I have a draft where I'm like making notes for clients and for techsytalk events. And I was texting Diana, who I work with, and saying like, oh my gosh, we have to texting Jennifer, hey, this is what we're going to do. So lots of good ideas. And I see tons of comments in here.
I know. Well, Anne is probably going to bribe me to see Sean's video that I have of him doing karaoke.
I think he's asking you not to share it, but I think it would be such a great, Sean, just give us approval. The whole group wants to see it. I think it would be great.
We'll see. Okay. But no, this is fantastic. And thank you for everybody that went on Video Asked. And I will share that with Liz and everybody. But
that would be awesome.
Perfect.
I love the idea of just like personalizing the experience. Right. I wasn't sure what you were talking about exactly, but the idea of like polling and chat, it's cool, but really taking that experience to the next level and thinking about what they have going on at home if they're a virtual attendee, what they love to do, what their hobbies are. I made a note to myself that these are the kinds of questions we should be asking at registration.
Right.
Like get to know your people. Like this could be a really great VIP experience. But it doesn't even have to be. Some of the stuff you're talking about is not super expensive. It's not it could be for everyone.
It isn't. And I know that, people think of engagement of like, oh, we're going to turn the chat on. We're going to do a couple of polls and we're going to do a couple of Q&As. But like even some of the subtle moves that I did in the presentation. So like the QR code, and then it takes you to Video Ask. So because what people need to understand is engagement is when you wake people up and you tell them you're going to have to do something. It's like kids at school. So it's like, oh, I've been on TikTok for 10 minutes, but now I need to do something on Video Ask because she just said so. But it's also the same as like, tell me in the chat, do you have fur babies? And that actually gives you more personalized data, because then you see the excitement. Yeah. And I swear, like StreamYard and some of the others would do so much better if they can allow pictures, moderated, obviously, that you can approve, because you don't know what you're going to get. But what I'm saying is like the whole idea of the engagement and the facilitated conversation, even the Q&A, it has to be part of a plan. Like, what are you trying to do? You're getting to know them better, because then you'll be able to not only through the registration questions, but know them better so that you can curate content or maybe make them content creators. Everybody's a content creator right now, right? And so like that is part of the engagement strategy going forward. And it's going to be a wave between all your different events. So you can like, you can take the ones that are truly engaged, like your Anns and Sean's, and I'm picking on them because I know them, and your Diana's, and then have them be your engagement ambassadors going forward. So there's a whole there's a whole strategy thing behind it. So
yeah, and everyone's talking about this year-round community. We're going to talk more about that later too. Just like how do you keep your attendees? It's all about getting to know your audience, which is how Jim started the day too, right? It's just like you have to understand who your audience is, what they love, what gets them ticking. And I remember like a few years ago at techsytalk, we sold t-shirts. And I think it said something like, event planning is just like riding a bike, except the bike is on fire and your hair is on fire and everything's on fire, something like that. And it was shocking to me how many people bought them and wore them to the conference. And it was just a good reminder, like this is something that's just, it makes people feel a part of something. It's exciting. Right. Or like we used to tell people, wear bright colors. And, Max Major would like post a picture the day before with 17 different bright colored shirts. Like, which one should I wear tomorrow? Right. It's like these little details that you don't even necessarily have to pay for, but over time, you learn that about, like, now I know Sean is amazing at karaoke. I haven't even seen the video, but I'm going to always have that association when he's joining us for these events, so that part is so important for that year round that everyone's been obsessed with.
Absolutely. And I know that, a lot of this is related to, well, I don't have the monies. I don't have the bandwidth. I don't have the brainwidth. It's all doable. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be necessarily at the level that you might want it at. I think Sean is like probably going to come from Vancouver to Boston to delete all the videos from my phone. But the whole idea is, know thy audience, know the sponsor. If the sponsor wants to get to a certain micro target within your attendee universe, then you can create something around that as well. And so this is all about personalization. If anybody is going to be different about their event experiences, first thing is you got to personalize. We've been saying it for years, but like right now, you got to nail that down. Yeah. The other part is you really cannot do all alone anymore. So if you're able to come in and say, I'm bringing a Liz in, or I'm bringing a Will, a Spellos, or a Dahlia in to help me like with the ideation, then you're going to win. And it's also going to help you with your team internally, because I think this is where the mental fatigue is. It's not Zoom fatigue. It's mental fatigue for our event organizers at the moment. So you got to have new ideas. Like this is what you're putting together with Fastlane too.
Well, thank you so much, Dahlia. I know you are a very busy woman. I love your artwork in the background. I love just getting to chat with you. If you put your head at the right position, you can.
I know. I do that all the time.
I love it.
I'm going to take a picture and then you can see my dog ears.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for all the amazing ideas and time and conversation.
Thank you for putting this together.
All right. We'll talk soon.
All right.
All right. So we're going to do something totally non-virtual event best practice, but I like whenever we're doing these techsytalk events, I like to just try something new. And what we're going to try right now is a break. It's been a few hours of content. I'm a big proponent of keeping your content super short. And we just had an amazing 2.5 hours of content from Jim, Will, and Dahlia, but we're not done. So we're going to take a 30-minute break. What's going to happen is the stream is going to stay live. You're going to see a break image on there. There will not be audio. So if you want to keep it on in the background, keep your sound on. 5 minutes before 1 o'clock Eastern time, we're going to come back with a countdown. You will hear the music for that. So that'll be your key to come back to your computer or open up the tab or whatever you're doing in the background. And then we're going to have another great set of content. So we have Heather Mason joining us next at 1 o'clock Eastern time, talking about screens are made for money. We're talking about monetization. How do we take all of this, like double work, double the money, and make us at least 2 times, 3 times more revenue so that it makes all that work worth it when we move to hybrid. We're also going to be talking about a really important topic, cybersecurity, privacy, data. Brant Kruger is going to be joining us, and he always blows my mind with this stuff. So we're going to do that. And then we will have a closing session with Lawrence Coburn talking about networking serendipity, 365 community, and how we can build all of this stuff that we've been talking about this morning, continue that. So we're going to go to this weird virtual break. When we come back, I know you guys will come back. When we come back, I would love to hear what you think about this break idea. We wanted to keep it as one stream so you guys don't have to find another video. So we're going to give it a go. It's going to be super quiet, dead air, which is very weird. I agree, Anne. This is a great opportunity to watch Sean's video. So if you come on, Dahlia, you can put it in the comments here. All right. So we're going to go to break. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will be back technically in about 20 minutes with our countdown, and then right into all the conversation and the amazing sessions we have for this afternoon. So we will see you all very, very soon. Enjoy your break. We are back. We survived a break in a virtual world. It is crazy. I thank you guys for staying around. I know you're still here because I can see the view count, but please put in the comments. Let us know you're still alive. You heard that we're coming back and you're here because we have some amazing content still lined up. I'm going to introduce in just a few seconds Heather Mason, who's here to join us. She's joining us to talk about screens are made for money. How can we monetize all this stuff that we've been talking about all morning? Been talking about virtual event production and all this technology and bandwidth and all these. My brain is still busted from all of this kind of keywords that we've been talking about. Victoria, thank you so much for being back. I know the others are here, so please put that in the chat. Now we're going to transition into some more great topics. So Heather is going to be talking to us about monetization. Brant will then join us to talk about cybersecurity, such an important topic. And then we're going to kind of close things out by talking about networking and 365 community and the power of all of that. So thank you guys for sticking with us through a virtual break. I'd love to hear what you did on your break. If you, I'm half Korean and we only had a few minutes. So I grabbed some very spicy Korean ramen and I made it super fast so I could eat lunch. And now my face is all red because I ate way too much spicy food too fast. But Cinco de Mayo, Marcel reminds me it's Cinco de Mayo. We're going to have tacos later. So let me know what you guys did during the break. And in the meantime, let me bring up Heather. I would like to introduce her. And Heather, thank you so much for joining us today.
You bet. I'm so excited to be here. This is one of my favorite things to talk about is how we can monetize screens and really make this work for all of us. So I'm really glad you had me today.
Yeah, so excited to have you. Money, money, money. It's the topic everyone wants to talk about. And, you know, everyone's talking about twice as much money, twice as much work. Why would we even do virtual or hybrid?
Right.
Obviously, it wouldn't make sense to do it if we weren't monetizing and making much more money. So excited to hear what you have to say. I'm going to leave this to you and bring your slides up. And I'm right here in case you need anything. But thank you so much for joining us today.
All right. Thank you. And yeah, pop in. If anything technical happens, let me know. I'm happy to pause
Sure.
a moment too. So, all right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. And yeah, I mean, I know I'm probably in the minority. Maybe I'm not. Maybe you could put this in the chat box, but I'm really excited about this time in our industry. I am actually thrilled because I really see it as a way for us to not only, think of new things, be disruptive, be creative, but I actually think this time gives us a chance to position ourselves in the event industry differently than perhaps we've been perceived pre-COVID. And I think some of us had been in the logistic box, some of us hadn't, but I know that this time gives us a chance not only to be perceived as a strategist, but also as a forecaster and a futurist. I'll show you what I mean as I go through my slides, but I just want you to think about the positioning that this also affords us, because I think it gets us really excited and jazzed. I know it makes me smile. So hopefully it will for you too. And I'll sum up at the end kind of why I think that, and hopefully it'll make more sense once I get to the end of the presentation. I have left time for questions, so hopefully there are some. I'm happy to field those at the end, and I'll leave 10 or 15 minutes to do so, I hope. We'll see how fast I get through it. Anyway, so screens are made for money. I want you all to take a deep breath. I'm glad you came from a break, because this is all about shifting your mind. And I just heard that you guys had filled your brains with all sorts of opportunities and tactics and what we can do. This is literally a time where I want you to shake your brain up and let it really think some brand new thoughts that maybe hadn't been there before, because I'm going to talk about mindset. A few tactics are in here, absolutely, but I want to really lay the groundwork for mindset thinking. So what do I mean? Well, first of all, let's start with the bottom line that our mindset is going to get us to. A lot of people talk about all sorts of ROs, like return on, experience, horizon. You might have heard some today, who knows what. But ROI, return on investment, that's what I use as the gold standard, because at the end of the day, whether it's impressions, whether it's experience, whether you're getting all these other things around your return on, at the end of the day, for any business, it has to equal dollars in the pocket, dollars in the bank. So I always use ROI. What is the ROI of this activity? When is this going to lead back to dollars in the bank for the organization, or the client that we're working with. So that's more just a norm setting, because I think it helps us eliminate some of the noise and focus on the main thing being the main thing. So mindset first. Well, we aren't in Kansas anymore, as you know. We also, unless some of you out there are in Kansas, so please say so. And we aren't doing events. And so I think even the term sometimes throws us off. So I would actually rather have us say, when we think about virtual, and I know we're thinking about hybrid as well, which I'll talk about, but think about screens. Because when you think about screens and you get away from events, it starts to become an exercise of not taking an event and shoving it in a computer, or what I like to use as an analogy of saying, there's a train, I wish it could fly. Can we put wings on a train? No, we say build a plane, which is something completely different. So I would say we had events in the real world. We had people meeting over the pool at cocktail hours. We don't have to recreate a pool. What we can do is find the plane, figure out what that plane is, look at that and take lessons from that. And so here are just a couple examples that might get your mindset shifting as we go into the rest of this talk. Online campaigns. We wouldn't say they're an event, but they could lead into one later, which I'll talk about when I cover Event Horizon. But a great one is BMW. Check it out. They did a really interesting thing where they had a bunch of things on Twitter. They used all sorts of multimedia, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. Then they led you to YouTube to find out what their car was that they were debuting. I'm not a car person, but I found the campaign really interesting. And then, of course, when we go back to live and in person, they're going to have a culmination of that where you can get to see the car, experience the car, drive the car, whatever that is, or have a car at some major in-person event. But it was a campaign. So thinking about a campaign, and you even putting that word on what you might have said as event, just use that new word and see how that changes your thinking. Oh yeah, we're going to do our annual, instead of sales event, sales campaign. Oh, what does that mean? Wait a second. That would mean we do all these other things with it. So it's a good way to quickly change your mindset. The second thing, online learning. You might have gone into the industry right now of online learning and not known it, but online learning works. It's very successful. So when you think about the fact that you're building a plane, you might be building online learning as opposed to an event. Well, wow, there's a ton of great examples out there. There's Khan Academy. There's TED. TED, I go to the TED conference. It's really expensive to go in person, but my mom can watch a TED talk that I send her for free. And then TED has books and they have news hours and they've expanded their online learning and created an entire empire. A great example to look at if you think, what if we applied the term online learning to our event? Didn't call it an event, called it online learning. Interesting way of thinking about it. And then the last thing is entertainment and advertisement. I know you out there, probably like me, you do some Netflix binging, some Hulu binging, whatever your binge is of choice. Or let's say you watch the Super Bowl, watching things on screens as entertainment. And when I watch the Super Bowl, sometimes I follow along with those ad campaigns that can get me involved in them early. And you can even get a chance to be in a Super Bowl ad later on. So that's entertainment. It captures me. It's on a screen. It's also advertisement capturing me. I mean, heaven's sakes, when my friends and I get together with an iPhone and try to do a Doritos commercial, Doritos has captured us using an entertainment, edutainment, advertisement model that is fascinating to bring us into their world. What if you had content contests creating it around your content for your events? It'd be a really interesting way of turning this on its head, and all you're doing is copying what's already out there that's really working in screens. You're looking at those planes and you're saying, how did they build those amazing planes? Could we build a fighter jet? Could we build a helicopter? What could we build? But you're leaving the train where it belongs. It's great. It's a great train. We have ridden online trains or in-person trains. We're going to do it again. So I set this all up at the beginning because I want you to see how mindset shift is actually going to bring you money. So that is huge. Uh-oh. Of course, we're in the world of online, and of course, these things happen. So let's see if we can get back to my screen. Let's see. There we go. Is my screen still showing there, Liz? I hope.
Yeah, you're great. You're good.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So as we go into mindset first, and we look at these different ways that we can be thinking, then we can start to say, hey, how can we use these different inspirations to do our own? So let's see here. Darn it all. I might have to stop the share real quick because it's not letting me move forward. Darn it, on my little screen. So I'm just going to stop screen for just 1 second. That's it. And then I will come right back to that share. Let me go back to my thingy here. All right. Okay. And we'll share it again. Sharing again. There we go. Share screen. And let's see here. Oh, darn it. It is not liking me. That phone call that somebody did there we go. Got it.
Found the happiness. Got it.
Found the happiness. There we are. All right. We'll get back into present mode. Okay. Here we go. So financial models. What I'm going to talk to you about here is, again, changing your mindset around what we're thinking of and how we're pricing. And then I'm going to go through 3 things that you can do that will actually help you build a financial model. First is I'll talk about audience information. Then I'll go through different types of models. And then we'll talk about the event horizon. So those 3 things are on their way: audience information, types of models, and event horizon. So keep all of those in mind. But first, financial models. Why am I talking about this? Because this is another mindset shift. Whereas before we might have had that one big event, that one big thing where we had tickets to it or booths to it, or we had sponsors that came every year, and we tied everything to that and we had a budget for that. I'm going to put that right back with the train where it belongs. And we're going to go over to plane land and think about models. Now, what does that look like? Well, in the ticket booth sponsor per event, that event is the gold. That's our biggest thing, or these are our things we do all year. They're usually one time. They're less value, honestly, because you have to sell that to the sponsor, and either it has to be tons of people or a super famous person or tons of booths, who knows what. There's no event horizon necessarily. And I know there's some of you out there, don't worry, that have absolutely had, an event horizon and have been doing that for a while, but a lot of people don't. So I just bring that up. Some of our clients don't. We try to get them to think this way. And there's a lack of multiple touch points, thinking about this like a model. With a model, there's many dimensions to it. There's more value. There's complex event and communications horizons, because you have to communicate in all these different ways. There's multiple touch points. What that gives you is multiple ways of making money, many dimensions of ways of making money. So if you're thinking in single events, you got to have big numbers, 30,000, CES, Comdex, huge numbers, or big names, Richard Branson is coming, and all the Oprah and all these people. When you're thinking in terms of models and horizons, it unlocks more opportunities for money. That's why I said at the very beginning, I think this is an exciting time for us, because it's like all these little doors have opened that maybe our companies or our clients might not have been as receptive to before. And again, what does this do for us? When we're going away from budgets and into models, we're going to be seen as a strategist and a forecaster. Because when you're building models, you're building some pretty complex ways of thinking about future monetization, future ROI, and multiple touch points of ROI. That puts you right in the driver's seat. The people who build the models are the ones who are in charge. The people who have the budgets are the ones who are dictated to. So you can see why I think this shift in thinking is awesome for us as far as our careers and our positioning the events industry where I think it should truly be, which is as forecasters, futurists, and strategists. So just think about that for a moment while we go into, okay, well, how do I build a model? How do I think about a model? I am glad you asked that, by the way. So before I go right into that, I'm just going to talk about when you're starting to think about models, you're going to become much more integrated with the marketing department. Some of you already might be. If you work at Red Bull, I guarantee you're saying we already are, because I think Red Bull is a great example of a pure, really tight integration with a marketing department and event department in a way that makes so much sense. Because, Red Bull gives you wings, right? That's their TV ad. That's their ad in the store. They've got pop-up cardboard things. But then as well, they have those events where you build weird contraptions and fly them, and they get people to participate in that, just like that Doritos commercial at the Super Bowl. I mean, super integrated as far as here's our ad, here's our messaging, here's our event, and it really wraps that together. Now, you might not work for Red Bull, but the idea of thinking about integration with the marketing department more so is what I think is going to happen and has to happen when it comes to hybrid and virtual becoming a bigger part of in-person events. So it's kind of inevitable. Some people, some companies have been way farther along than others, and the rest of, I'll just say, some of our clients are absolutely having to do this. So one thought you could think about as you think of integrating with the marketing department, and this is just one idea, and then I'll go into our three things I'm going to cover, which is the audience information, the types of models, and the event horizon. But think about your 2022 slate. We're going to be back at some point in 2022. Why sell tickets then? Pre-sell tickets now. So an example here, again, I keep saying there's examples over here when we look away from here, the distraction of recreate this over here. No, leave that over there. Look at what is already working. Have you ever bought season tickets to Broadway shows or a lecture series? You've pre-bought tickets. So let's pre-sell into next year. And you can offer all sorts of incentives. You can offer full refunds. You could do all sorts of things. Concerts do this all the time. Look at how they're marketing it. They're marketing it by seat. That's fascinating. Study how are they getting those pre-sales? What are they using to get that? And right now, I bet Broadway is starting to pre-sell 2022. I mean, they've been dark forever. What messaging are they using in order to get people to do that now? Cash flow is king, return on investment. If you're able to invest now with some early marketing and get cash flow in, even if you count in your model that 30% of them will want a refund, that's fine. These models are done all the time. So let's use them. So where do we start with our financial model and building them? Well, we start with getting audience information. And here again is where screens are our friend, because the internet, man, it's an information grabber, whether we like it or not. I'll go into that in a second. But you can find out what your constituents want and who they are online. And that will tell you exactly the type of model and content and horizon you need to build for them. So if you're in events, you are in audience analysis. That is actually what we call our second of the 10 essentials, which if you've checked out Caspian, we have a methodology that we use to address and think about and then execute events. It's called the Caspian 10 Essentials. And we have an online course that you can sign up and learn all about it. And what that helps you do is link success metrics and strategy all the way through execution. So audience analysis is our second essential. It's incredibly important. And we talk about surveying. If you want to know who your audience is or what they want, ask them. You can do all sorts of surveys. And while people are at home and COVID and everything else, you might get a better response. Give them a reason to be surveyed, give them a prize to be surveyed, but find out what they want and where they're going online. Who are they? What do they do in a day on screens? Because then you can find out where they are, what they like, and how to meet them there. Do test campaigns. People do that all the time. Do a quick test campaign. Everybody's always stuck in this, it has to be on an hour and it has to be a half day and it has to be this. Do a 12-minute online quote. I'll say event for a moment, even though we know how I feel about that, but do a 12-minute event, That's what we're doing. Or a 9-minute one, or come up with something fun and test some things out and see what people like. Find out the personas and the types. A lot of you probably already do this. Don't worry, I know you probably do. But who are your audience personas and who are you trying to reach? Again, this will help you build an event horizon for them, an experience, and then you'll be able to price it with a financial model. So do you have stay-at-home types? Do you have people who love to watch content and sit back? Do you like engagement types? I truly think engagement types are a type of person. People say, we have to have engagement at our event. Well, who do you want engagement from? If you're getting engagement from engagement types, yes. If you have a whole bunch of types that are sit back and think types, don't make them engage. That's just mean. That's just mean. So let them sit back, for heaven's sakes, and have some tea. I'm a big believer in this whole engagement thing is great, but it actually has to be for the right type of person and for the right type of content. If you want them to listen, let them listen, but build something that fits that type of personality. And then pathways, where do they go when? How long do they stay in a place? If they only watch stuff for 9 minutes, do a 9-minute series. If they watch things for an hour and, with their pipe or whatever it is, then build a pathway for that. But find out who these folks are. And the best thing you can do is also look at how do people get you? And then you'll know how to get them. The passive opt-in, as we all know, are cookies. They follow us around, they find out what we do, and maybe even why. And if you're at a massive company, you guys probably use cookies. Amazon, Facebook, they know us. But if we don't work at a massive company like Amazon and Facebook, or we don't like the idea of the cookie business, then enthusiastic opt-in email. Give them a reason to be connected by you so you can get information out of them so you can build this pathway. And I'll just use an example. For me, my favorite brands, Gap brands, some of the other things, I sign up for those. I want their emails. I want to know when their sales are. Get that enthusiastic opt-in and not just a passive one. And those, to me, are when you know who your extremely interested audience is, and then you can build a pathway for them. And sometimes those are the ones that are going to give you the most money. Take Gap, for instance. They get a lot of money out of me. So, because they know how to target me, they send me the stuff and I do it every time. And that can really tell you and delineate what type of audiences you have. If you don't have a robust customer relationship management tool, which is CRM, you can do simple tools. Kartra is one. These actually get the emails and then they send them automated emails out, and they're not that expensive now. Those drip campaigns software have actually come down in price. But it's important, the first step before we build our whole financial model is how do we find them, how do we get them, and how do we figure out who they are so we can build it. Because a lot of building for different events starts with just building the event, as opposed to going, who are these folks? What are they doing out there in the world of screens? Then we can build a better screen experience for them. We know what they do on site, let's say at our event, when they come to Vegas and they go to booths. What are they doing over here? So that's why I start with that. Types of models. This is really fun. Here's where we get to say, let's use things that are already working and super successful. So we don't have to have people at the whole event anymore. Again, just like I said about engagement, really pressure test that phrase or that word engagement. Do we have to have it? Do we need it? What's the point of this? ROI. Are we going to get a bigger, R if we do the I for engagement? And I wrote a whole blog on this about pressure testing engagement. So you can check that out later. Won't bore you. But I also think that, hey, let's pressure test the idea. You have to attend the whole thing. We don't in a lot of ways right now. We've done things where we haven't attended the entire offering, and we've spent a lot of money to choose our own adventure. Perfect example, colleges. We pick a different course curriculum and set it up for ourselves as a customized curriculum. And that's fascinating, right? Because then we're still paying a ton of money, but we're choosing it. What if you said you get to choose 4 segments and that's a part of your registration and that's your ticket? Okay, that's interesting because they're not on site. So we wouldn't have to kick them out of rooms. They just get to come to certain segments. Audience journeys is like a gym membership. Some people get to sign up for a membership that gets them there every day. Some people sign up for a gym membership for just Mondays and Fridays. That's when they want to work out. Some people sign up for a whole bunch of them in a series. Tier opportunities offer different levels of experience. I know some of you already do this already, but airlines do it all the time. If you want to fly first class, you got to go up there. If you want the coach, experience back here, and if you want club lounge, that's a whole different price too. And then gift upgrades, spa packages, they're always offering me extra stuff. When you go to a spa, what additional stuff do you want? So what if you built that all into your online experience, virtual event, whatever you're doing? Think about these different elements. And you know what I love when I think about building, like, how do I think about selling something to somebody that's really hard? I go to a used car lot. Make sure you don't bring a credit card or any money with you, because sometimes they'll sell you. Those people rely on scarcity. There's only one, and deadlines. It'll go today. And so you can use those same techniques in your financial model. How can we make our virtual event feel scarce, or the experience level feel scarce? And how can we put a deadline on it? You already, I know, do this in your in-person events, but are there interesting ways we can adapt that in the virtual world? And potentially it could be, there's a future opportunity to purchase now or reserve your spot now. Maybe what you just say is you have the option to purchase a ticket for our in-person event, but you have to reserve your spot now. Maybe there's a reservation price. I get to reserve my spot for $10, and then I have the option to purchase it when they go on sale and I'm first in line. If you offered me an Oprah ticket like that, I'd pay that $10. Well, hell, I love Oprah. I would pay $1,000. I don't care what it would take. So what if there's a future opportunity now? Okay, my last piece of this, the other part of the financial model, extend the event horizon. So now we know who these people are and what they're doing online. We know what they like. We have different audience personas, and we think, I bet I could build a cool journey for that person using like a gym membership idea or a tiered experience for that person, or a really engaging experience for that person type, and this person type, and this person type. Well, now, if I've got these all in these silos, how do I turn them this way and have an extended event horizon for them? Well, we love recurring revenue. So set up a membership journey for them. Everybody loves to be a member, right? I want to be a member of something. Subscriptions, have them subscribe every month to get news from you, to get things from you. Maybe it's updates on the event. Maybe the subscription comes with reserving their spot. You reserve your spot, and you'll be the first to know regular updates. Woo, crazy. And opportunities as VIP. In a sense, that's kind of what we're building into. It's exciting, it's scarce, there's deadlines, and you could be special. So maybe there's only 10 spots to have our VIP package. And that's where you can do all those fun things like send them things in the mail, get them involved there. And you could pre-sell a VIP opportunity at that eventual event. And I always use that eventual event as kind of the golden ticket. Like, ooh, how are we leading them to show them that light at the end of the tunnel? How are we showing them that eventually you are going to be around that pool and you are going to be, having that glass of wine? And let's try to build that up so that they feel like they need to get in now in order to be a part of that. And for those people that don't, great, they still get to feel like they're a part of the entire journey. So the last little piece of this, as you build out your horizon, is what do they need, and how can you do a give? How, we all want to do the feel good, the CSR, helping people out, and so I do think there's an opportunity, even in the virtual world, to try to do some of those activities. So build brand mindshare while we're here. And I think Miller, if you look at what they did an excellent job of a virtual tip jar. And it was really cool to help out bartenders who had lost their jobs during this time. Great connection with their brand. We're Miller, we serve beer, it's probably in bars, bartenders losing jobs. How can we connect that? People actually went on there and actually tipped bartenders. So it's a really interesting just case study. The Sumo email marketing CEO, he gives free chats and just helps people figure out email marketing. You guys could do that with any of your organizations or clients. And then how can you amplify the thing they need? Some of you might be in association or membership organizations. So what do people need right now? A lot of people need to find jobs. They need connections to other people in the network. And how could you broker as a concierge free experience to bring people to you because you have the opportunity to offer connections? So just kind of a last thought to pop into that event journey. Maybe you're offering, small discussions, a big quote event, a smaller thing, booths, and then maybe there's this added on, we do this for you for free. And I think that can't be stated enough about how valuable that is. So that's just a journey in why I think screens are made for money. Now, I know I didn't tell you exactly how you price things, how you ticket things, how you do sponsorship, but what I will tell you is that's already out there. Sponsorship on screens, it's commercials, and they're really cool commercials. That's why I watch the Super Bowl. How do we get people to come to a session on screen? Maybe make it more entertaining. Maybe have them create the Doritos content. Maybe have them send in videos and things that they want to see. How do you get them to buy more tickets? Maybe pre-sell them and pre-sell them a package to where those tickets are already sold by the time those events come around online. There are so many ways to sell and do models around virtual once we change our thinking and we start to look at the examples of what is already out there. We can 100% draw money from the screen, and at the same time, in building these models, really showcase ourselves as a strategist and a forecaster and a futurist for any of our clients. And that is also one more way screens are made for money, because they will get you more money when you are positioned at that level in an organization or for a client. So with that, I'm going to see if we have any questions coming in.
Yes, thank you so much, Heather. I see Zalia says upsell on content. I really thank you for sharing these things. And I agree completely that it's much more about the mindset. I think just the idea, everyone feels like virtual is new, hybrid is new. And so we're all just figuring it out. But the truth is neither of those things are really that new. It's right. Just your mindset, what you're thinking of as the frame that you are putting around what this has to look like. And we're event planners, right? So we've got that event experience, and that's what we're looking at, what we're thinking about. But there are plenty of examples. If you look at, I even think about clients who have e-commerce businesses, and they have, the cart is closing soon, and you can put like all these tactics to get people to put something in their cart and purchase it. And I think, to your point, just so much potential to make money in all these different ways. Without, having to like necessarily reinvent what an event necessarily looks like.
That's exactly it. And I kept thinking people are trying to shove an event over here and be like, I'm going to make it work. And I'm like, why would you do that? That's like literally take a train. I love traveling on a train. It's my favorite way of travel. If I can do it, it's wonderful. I do not want a train to grow wings and go in the sky. That's what a plane is. Right. A very different beast. It is still transportation. They're still in the same, category. But what it's not trying to do as a train is never trying to be a plane, and vice versa. And even though they're similar, but that's why to me, it's like, forget that, and not in a negative way. Sometimes when I say that to people, I'm like, forget that. They're like, but I'm like, no.
Their whole life. Yeah.
It's like, it's not in a bad way. It's saying, forget it for a moment, because your mind can grow over here. Then you can always come back to it, and you can always go, oh, there's something I could probably pop over here. But for the moment, I think we'll benefit ourselves in going, wow, what does this screen do in front of me? What do I do with the screen? Gosh, I have fun with it. I watch it. I connect with family and friends. I do stupid videos. My screen is so much to me. How can I recreate these things on the screen for more people, because we already know it's valuable?
Yeah, absolutely. Makes perfect sense. Well, we don't have a lot of questions, so I'm going to let you go, but I do want to say everyone is loving the quotes behind you.
Oh,
yeah, so you feel a six-pack coming on.
I was going to say, yeah. So I'll just say, so that's my favorite quote by Archimedes. There we go. Give me a lever and a place to stand, and I will move the world. I love that because it's true. It's actually true. That's what I tell my team. Anything is possible. It's like, no, it's not. I'm like, yeah, it is. Because if you get far enough out in the universe, I could actually boop with Earth. That's cool. And then run towards the pain is one of our philosophies at Caspian. Things go wrong, got to face it. And then this is mine. Whoop, there we go. Diamonds are not a girl's best friend. Delegation is. Yeah. That's one of my philosophies that I made up, and also something that we preach at Caspian, because you can only be a general if you have troops. Otherwise, you're just a troop. So if we strive to be generals, we absolutely want troops. And the more make you more powerful, not less.
Yeah,
Big
absolutely.
part of our philosophy. So I'm glad. And the last thing is just the Skull World Forum. That was Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who is one of my favorite all-time people to have ever met in my life. And he grabbed my face and said, "Heather, you are so loved." And I just thought, so
It doesn't get better than that.
that's like between meeting Oprah and that, I'm like, I'm done. I'm good.
Yeah, that's the power of in-person experiences, right?
That's right. I know. See, that's why they're over here. I couldn't have recreated that online. No way.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you so much for all you've shared with us. Really, really awesome tips.
You betcha. Bye.
All right. Okay, so we are going to jump right into our next session with Brant Kruger. I'm going to bring him on. Brant, how are you?
Hello.
It has been so long.
It has. Well, I think the last time we talked, I was in a conference room in some random place in New Jersey because I was actually on site for like the first time in a year.
Yes. The last time we talked to each other was with the same background on the same platform. We probably should do it more frequently in other ways. But I'm very excited to have you here today. I know we are going to be talking about cybersecurity. One of those crazy words I think everyone tries to avoid. They know it's really important. They know it's so like something we really need to be obsessed with, especially for our events. But it's a little bit overwhelming. So we could take this in a billion different directions. But let's just say cybersecurity being the buzzword. What is the top 1 or 2 things you definitely, before we get into questions and stuff, you want to make sure people are knowing?
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, please blow up the comments. Let's do this more as an AMA kind of thing. Anybody that knows me knows I can definitely talk for as long as we need to about any possible topic, but I'd rather answer the questions that you guys have. So what I'd ask you to do is just drop into the comments, whose responsibility do you think it is? And I'll vamp for a little bit while and we'll come back to that. But I just want to say, when I first started thinking about cybersecurity in the industry, this is what I looked like. And, that's what's happened to me because of thinking about cybersecurity in the events industry. So here's the thing is I think the biggest thing that I want folks to start thinking about is that what we are guarding is gold. What we have access to is gold, especially now that we're reincorporating the in-person experience into our events. Start thinking about the types of data that we have access to. So when you're thinking about registration platforms and things like that, think about you've got names, personal addresses, work addresses, titles, email addresses, phone numbers. Now when we start getting travel back into the mix, you've got flight times, you've got spouse names, you've got, all of this kind of stuff. And all of that information is gold to hackers. It's information that, a lot of people are like, well, as long as my platform has security and as long as, I've got, taken care, I've got passwords on everything, it's going to be fine. And it really is so important for us to start to realize the kind of the gold mine that we're guarding. When Target was hacked, when Home Depot was hacked, they didn't come in through the front door, right? They're not hacking the servers and coming in. They come in through the side door. The Home Depot system came in through the point of sale system. The Target hack was through like an HVAC supplier of theirs, that was hacked and had access to their servers. Well, guess what, folks? We're the side door. So they're not coming after us because they want my credit card number or something along those lines, right? They're not coming after me. They're coming after me because I have access to the registration backend, because I have access to the all of this very personal information. So the more that we have access to this data, the more we as an industry are a target. So it really is only a matter of time. We're one headline away from a major industry problem because somebody set the password to the registration platform to monkey123, which is in the top 10 passwords that are being used. By the way, the number one password that's being used, and we can talk more about passwords later, is 123456. And the number 3 password is 12345678.
Because they made
the number 2 one is the number 2 one is password.
So. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised about that. Well, it's scary, right? I mean, there's so much access to data, and virtual has only propelled that. I mean, we've had registration data for years and years and years. Now we have all this usage data. And I think truthfully, people don't even really know what they're doing with it. any best practices in terms of how to store data or how to make sure the partners we're working with are storing it properly? Because
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
mean,
times they're storing it properly, but we're exporting it and changing the lists and saving it to our hard drives. And I know Dahlia showed me once there was some convention you could put in the URL of any browser, and it was something with the convention name, and you could just pull up registration lists because people save documents by like attendee list .xls.
yeah, exactly. And that stuff is all over the place. And that's why when you're seeing, a lot of the scams that were happening, in 2018, 2019 were about, hey, we want to sell you this attendee list. We want to sell you this information. And that information was either stolen freely because it was just out there, or stolen because, it was easily hackable. So, the biggest thing is to start thinking through the entire event process, right? We're thinking about data more now anyway, especially as we come off of this year of being online, where all of a sudden it's just like data everywhere, so we're already starting to do that, but really thinking through, anything that's personally identifiable, anything that's financial, sometimes it's easier to think about the big stuff. Like I said, credit cards and, the number of times that I've just been handed a USB stick, with like the company's private financial information because they're presenting it internally, those kinds of things. And I've only signed like 2 NDAs, for those types of events, in my life. And so it's amazing to me what they'll just hand to someone in a black shirt and say, here you go. And hopefully it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. So thinking through the entire process, thinking through who has access to the data, what those passwords are, from registration all the way through to the end of the event. So if you're renting computers and things like that for your conference, what is their data retention policy? Are those machines being wiped after every use? It was funny to me when I was working for a production company how many times a client would come to us after the event and say, I know it's 3 weeks later, but any chance do you have Bob's PowerPoint presentation? And you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yeah.
It's like you want to say, no, we wiped that machine right away, but actually we didn't. So yes, here it is. You want to be useful. So it really is, a matter of stepping through the process, stepping through the entire event from beginning to end and thinking about the types of data you have, the who has access to it, and that includes our in-person staff as well, AV technicians and things like that. The number of times that I walk up to a registration desk and you can literally see the Post-it note down on the computer that says, here's the here's the login information for the registration platform. I can't even count. So we can get into more tactical tips kind of towards the end, and then obviously folks get those questions in there in all of the platforms. But that would be the best way to start, I think, is to just step through the process.
Okay, that makes sense. We are seeing some questions come in. If you guys have questions, please do put them in. There's the data like registration platforms. Wendy Porter also wants to know, their client CIO says that Zoom is not secure. So there's the platforms too, just like, is that the case? She says, I know it was the case years ago. Is that still true, or anything you have to say about the platforms?
I hate this one. It was never true. It was never true. That's the thing that really bothers me, is that there are people who are in executive level positions who are propagating this myth that Zoom is insecure. And then, I get asked all the time, I need a platform. It can't be Zoom because of security reasons. Yeah. And the fact of the matter is, within a month, they'd addressed most of the security issues, most of which weren't really issues that apply to most of us. Almost all of the Zoom hacks were from exactly what we're talking about: insecure passwords, having no passwords, broadcasting the Zoom ID publicly. Yeah. And that's like having the doors to your convention center wide open with a giant sign that says, come on in, free food, basically. So most of the Zoom bombing that was going on initially was due to the fact that planners, just not knowing any better, frankly, organizers, were throwing these, Zoom links public. And then there became kind of an economy on the dark web of like sharing these links for people who got their kicks out of coming in and doing horribly offensive things. Yeah. So So the short answer is all of the security concerns that I even knew of, most of which were like, we don't want our information routing through China. Okay, now you can uncheck China as a destination for possible servers. Has been taken care of. They claimed it to be end-to-end encrypted, and they weren't technically by the very definition of end-to-end encryption. Now they've added that. So the long and the short of it is, I would encourage, these people are obviously an executive level, just to say, hey, I've heard they've taken care of most of that stuff.
Yeah.
You might want to give it another look. But yeah, that's definitely one that's still lingering out there, even now, a full year later.
Yeah, it's kind of whatever gets the headlines, and then if people don't read up on it and catch up, then it's easy to kind of just forever think that they have tons of issues.
Yeah.
What about, we were talking earlier, actually, Heather was just talking about cookies and tracking and all of this stuff. I know you are not on Facebook. So what are your thoughts around kind of our security level in that whole world? Is that why you're not on Facebook?
I'm somewhere in between zero and tinfoil hat. I mean, it's not, I'm not, honestly, what it is for me, it's more, I try really hard not to preach about Facebook. I am not on Facebook. And I haven't been for over 2 years. And it's one of those things where literally every week there was an example of Facebook just being terrible stewards of our data. So not just that they track us or any of that kind of stuff, but literally, it was the Cambridge Analytica stuff. It was just, the dark profiles. It was just one thing after another, where literally about 3 weeks in a row, it was Facebook doing something terrible with our data. And I was just like, I don't want to deal with a company that seems to do stuff and then ask for forgiveness later. Every time, yeah, that was their response pretty much every time too. It's like, oh, we're so sorry, we had no idea that was happening. We'll fix that right now. So I'm not super paranoid about tracking. I think it's great that we're having the conversation. And one of my favorite kind of phrases is, when you're using free services, just be aware that if you're not paying for it, the product is you. That's where they want access to your data. So that's why I would never recommend free password managers. And we can talk more about password managers. I see a few folks are mentioning them. I'm sorry, Anne. Yeah, if you lose your LastPass password, you're pretty much hosed. They do give you little printouts that you should stick in a safe somewhere to avoid something like that. But I'm very sorry to hear that. But that is the point of a good password manager, is that especially ones like LastPass, is they don't have, because that's the number one question that I get asked about password managers is, well, what happens if my password manager gets hacked? And the answer is they don't have access to your data. So that, burglars could walk in, grab the servers, and walk out the front door. And because it's encrypted, they can't get access to it. And that also includes any 3-letter organizations that might want access to your passwords. If they were subpoenaed in any way, shape, or form, they're just like, here you go. Here's a bunch of stuff that we don't have access to. So it's a bummer, and I'm sorry to hear that. But that is one of my top tips, actually, of things that you can do out there, because, there's still a lot of stuff that, we have to rely on the nerds for, which I count myself. But, things that we can do as an industry. Step number one is a password manager, so that you're using strong, secure passwords. I probably have several thousand passwords in my LastPass at this point, because all of those single-use things that you sign up for and never see again, those have got to go somewhere. And I don't know what those passwords are. They're just randomly generated letters and numbers. I've got about 4 that I've forced myself to memorize that are literally randomly generated alphanumeric codes. So it's not even ones that I could it's not like, where you're putting the words together or any of that kind of stuff. Because I figure I can remember 4 of those. Exactly. So definitely one of those.
Okay. Jennifer Clark also wants to know, what about securing the computers themselves? Antivirus? Are there other things that we should be doing?
At this point, security folks that I trust say, as long as you are a relatively conscientious, safe user, antivirus isn't doing much for you these days. It's actually causing more harm than good for a lot of systems at this point. The built-in protections that are in Windows are generally enough, unless you're actively seeking out things on the dark web and going to websites that you probably shouldn't be going to, and things like that. For the average user, the built-in securities are going to be the same. And then just think about how often things are getting updated these days. So that's the caveat, though, is make sure your systems are updated. I was literally on site where the AV company, they weren't technically an AV company, so I'll cut them some slack, but they brought a laptop they were going to be charging to use. It was like a 2008 MacBook that had literally never been updated. It's like, I'm not touching that thing with a 10-foot pole. I don't know what you're going to catch from that thing. So keep your machines completely up to date as quickly as updates come out. Apple just released a 0.1 update on their most recent release that just came out 2 weeks ago because of a security patch. So really pay attention to those. And as soon as you see something like that come out or hear something about it, make sure you're connected. And that if you're doing all that, there's no reason you should have third-party AV audio antivirus software on your computer.
Okay, that's good to know. So, I think for a lot of people, this topic is just like overwhelming, right? And I was saying earlier when Jim Spellos came on that he always tells me, for example, he has sometimes trouble accessing certain sites on Chrome or whatever because of the security that he set up into his browser to make sure he's not accessing whatever. And I always tell him I know that I'm supposed to do that. And I do it when I talk to him, and then it's inconvenient. And then I'm like, okay, I'm just going to undo it for a second, and I never go back to it. It's the same with Facebook. I don't like the way they're using my data, but it's like everything
you keep
I know
coming back. Just when you think you're out, they keep pulling me back in.
Yeah, there's like so many things I know I should be doing. I do some of it, like LastPass has been a lifesaver. Where's a good place to just start? How do we, like you said, between zero and tinfoil hat? I feel like there's not much of an easy medium.
Yeah. It's, if you're going to play in the Facebook pool, they're making $1 gajillion a year off of something.
Yeah.
It's not, and you're not paying for it. So that's, just things to keep in mind. Right. And again, if you're not paying for it, the product is you. Whether it's registration platforms or password managers or VPNs, which we can talk about in a second. It's, one of those things where you just, I'd say the number one thing that I would say is password managers. So we've touched on that. Yeah. I'm a big fan of LastPass as well. 1Password is great. Dashlane is great. I don't usually recommend using the ones built into your browser. So the ones provided in Safari or by, Chrome or something along those lines, because if someone hacks your Gmail account, your Google account, they've got access to all of that information. And if someone hacks your Apple account, they've got access to all of that information. So those tending to be, more, user level things, I try to avoid those. So use the big names, and then the next thing that we usually recommend is a VPN. So once we again start going back on site and we're being in those hotels and airports and things like that, make sure that you're using a VPN, a virtual private network, to call back to the office. So anytime I'm doing anything other than just browsing the old web for no good reason, if I'm hitting email, anything banking related, any of that kind of stuff, it's a good idea to hit the VPN when you're on any kind of network like that. And it's important to note at this point in time, when we're talking about Wi-Fi networks in venues, if you connect to that network and it opens up your browser to any kind of page that says, welcome to, and I'm just picking on them as first name, welcome to Radisson, and enter your room number and your, that kind of stuff. If you hit anything like that, that is not a protected network. That is not an encrypted network. So even though you have to put in a meeting code or your room number or something along those lines, it's not encrypted. Just by putting the password on the Wi-Fi network itself, just like we have at home and all those kinds of things. Just even if that password is 1234556, and you print that password on every single piece of paper at your event, and including the toilet paper in the bathroom, that is more secure than having no password on your Wi-Fi. So just try and keep that in mind. So if you're hitting any kind of web page before before, without having to have had to put in an actual password for the Wi-Fi. That is an unencrypted network, and anything that you're doing on there that is not in end-to-end encrypted is potentially visible by anyone else on that network. There's some really horrific examples of people being on airplane Wi-Fi and having their packets snooped, and people figuring out who they are on the plane. Usually it's white hat hackers figuring out who they are and just say, hey, are you James, and do you work for the New York Times? Yes. Okay. Just so you know, I knew that because you're on the Wi-Fi right now. So really scary stuff on that.
That's creepy. You're answering some of these questions that are coming in. Peggy said,
I'm trying to kind of get them in line. Yeah.
Yeah. She said on-site events usually post specific Wi-Fi info. So I think you just gave us some good ideas.
Yeah. It's even, it's, put it on everything. It's okay. You can put it in the emails going out, because just that simple fact of turning that Wi-Fi password on creates a separation between users on that Wi-Fi network. So even though you're both on the network and you've both authenticated with the password, your traffic is still to and from the Wi-Fi router encrypted. So just that's why, I mean, it's still safer to do that than to not have it at all.
I like the idea of putting the Wi-Fi password on toilet paper. I really had not thought of that one.
Right. I can't get any service in here.
Yeah.
Figure that out.
Do you have a recommendation on a VPN? My husband's watching. He recommends Tunnel Bear, but
yeah, I use ExpressVPN. So much like LastPass. So the reason that I like LastPass is, like I say, you could walk in the front door, steal the servers, and walk out, and you get nothing but a blob. And other than those things that you're supposed to print out that are recover your
Sorry,
password. Sorry, Ann. They can't access it for you. So like that, ExpressVPN literally, they had servers in Turkey that, people, the government decided they wanted to try and find out where someone was going to on the VPN, walked in the front door, stole the servers, and there's nothing to see. So it's encrypted. It's a paid service. Again, pay attention to what you're paying for. If you're paying for it, great. If you're not paying for it, there's a reason you're not paying for it. And so a lot of the free VPN services are literally injecting ads into into your stream, and potentially are leaking your data. So it's not as secure as it can be. So yeah, I go with ExpressVPN. I want to say it's TorGuard, I think, is another one, and Tunnel Bear is another great one. So just look, do a little research, do some due diligence, and make sure that it's a reputable name.
Awesome, Sheila. Thanks for putting the link in there.
ExpressVPN. Thanks.
Yep. One of our Facebook users is asking, what about using a hotspot at a venue or a hotel? I'm guessing they mean a hotspot of their own, which should be fine, right? Because they're using.
Yeah. I think the only caveat that I'll throw in, just because it's a general knowledge thing that most people don't think about, is when you're on a trade show floor or something like that, the more of those that you have in the environment, it'll slow down everything for everybody. So I know a lot of folks, when they're going to be an exhibitor, try and get around the pricing for having an internet drop. Yeah. Well, I'll just bring my hotspot. But just know, the more people that do that, it brings down the speeds for everybody, because all of those hotspots are trying to hit the cell towers that are in that location. So just a little caveat on that.
Good to know.
That's the word of the day, apparently. It's caveat. I'm doing a lot of caveats today.
I like it. All right. So from a security standpoint, as we look at, is there anything specific you want to share in terms of, we talked a little bit about virtual events and platforms. Anything we should be thinking about with hybrid? Maybe the answer is no, but
well, it's a lot of the same stuff too, right? So be sure and use strong passwords. Be sure and don't publish your back end access, the immediate access links to the platform publicly, unless you want a bunch of randos coming in and joining the conversation. Part of what hackers do, right, is there's these password lists. We were talking about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and password. They have these password lists. And anytime something new gets hacked, especially if they can correlate it with like this person's email address and this password, the first thing that they do is they try all of those combinations on all of the major accounts. So Google, Apple, Microsoft, all the major banks. I guarantee you they're going to add Zoom to that list of things that they try. So as soon as they get a username and password combination, they're going to try that on all of those things. And that's going to start including our online event platforms as well, because they want to come in and have a little fun. So just be aware. That's another great reason to look at things like password managers, because if you're reusing that password on anything, they're going to try it, and they're going to try it on all of your accounts as soon as they get it.
Guilty. I'm going to be honest. Got a few of those. Okay, another question, and we have to wrap up, I know, but on devices, are you recommending people turn on auto updates, or do you want them to just kind of keep an eye on it and do it as soon as is there any issue with auto updates?
That's the safest thing, right? The safest thing is to just have on the auto updates. That's going to be, because I'm doing production work and AV work and things like that, I don't want my system updating with overnight, before I'm going to be, at a conference or or something along those lines. And so anytime it's a production machine, your personal machines, 100%. There's not usually showstopper problems with those types of updates. I'll be a little more ready to do the 0.1 updates and the 0.2 updates, and then I'll hold off on the big number updates. So when Big Sur came out for the Mac, I have one machine that's on Big Sur, even though that's been out for a year now. I just like to make sure that's all good. And we're hearing problems with some of the new M1 Macs running Big Sur and some of the software that's out there. So as a general rule, it's great. But if these are production machines that have specific uses and run specific software, then you need to be a little more careful.
Or PCs, but that's another personal.
Same concept though. Make sure those Microsoft patches every second Tuesday of the month. So make sure you're getting those suckers in there.
All right, Brant. Well, thank you so much. You've made a very overwhelming topic very accessible, and I think these are it's a conversation maybe people don't want to have that often, but I think it's so important, and so thank you for bringing that up to us today.
Thank you for having me. Oops.
Oh, I like it.
I hit the wrong button. I was trying to do this. There we go. Hey, too many buttons. That effect was not worth all of those mistakes. But thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
I like it. All right, we'll be in touch very soon. If you guys have any questions, please do reach out to Brant, but not on Facebook.
Exactly. LinkedIn is perfect.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going into our last session of today. This has just been a crazy, crazy day. So much learning happening, and I love all the content that we've had. There have been several sessions today where we've talked about this idea of year-round communities and year-round engagement and different engagement strategies. Twine is a sponsor of ours, and we're not just having them talk today because they're a sponsor, which is very nice of them, but really because I think the platform is amazing and they have a lot of really valuable things to say. Lawrence Coburn is here from Twine to join us and talk about all kinds of things, in particular serendipitous networking and 365 communities and lots of stuff. If you guys did not get to join us last night, you really missed out. We had a great networking session using the Twine platform and doing these kind of speed networking events, and some of the best technology. And maybe I should just bring Lawrence on because we can talk about it while he's here. Hi, Lawrence. How are you?
Hi, Liz. Good to see you again.
I was just about to say that the conversations are great in Twine, and I like it because it's kind of short. There's a question for an introvert like me. It's nice to kind of have something to talk about and then end, but also really liked a lot of the post features, the ability when it's all over to send a message to someone that you just had a great conversation with, or to see the other attendee list. I'm seeing lots of comments from our attendees saying that they really enjoyed Twine. But Lawrence, I know you have a lot to share with us beyond just a promotion for Twine, obviously. But let's just start with what you've been up to for the last year or so, and where the impetus for Twine and kind of what you're doing with it, because I think that's really important to the larger conversation around events as well.
Yeah, I'd love to tell that story, and I will. But I gotta say, so I think I had 6 matches on the Twine yesterday, and the thing that struck me so forcefully was just how much more tech savvy our industry has gotten over the last 12 months. I met with 6 planners. They all were telling me about tools that I had never heard before, and just hearing the excitement and passion about how they were stringing together these kind of stitching together these virtual solutions for specific problems. It was like, as a technologist, it was super exciting. So I think we have to take a pause and just pat ourselves on the back, because nobody was planning on doing a crash course in virtual event technology 12 months ago. Yet we all did. And we all have so many skills, and we're going to come into this chapter just ready to roll, ready to solve any problem. So, so that was the first comment. But the second thing I'll say is, like, how did I get to Twine? How did I get to serendipity as the thing that I'm going to spend the 10 next years of my career working on? I think it comes down to that I'm really bad at networking, and I've always looked for crutches. And like in the old days, like my crutch was a beer. Like I would hold on to my beer and I would desperately try and like not look too awkward. And it's hard when you're 6'5", like I am, to kind of fit into places. And so it was very hard. And so as a technologist, I started thinking about, how can technology be the crutch? How can tech help me over the hard parts? How can tech help me approach someone? How can tech help me guide me towards conversations that are not just the weather in Las Vegas or the weather in Orlando? How can tech help me exit a conversation that has gone on a little long? And so if you've tried Twine, you'll notice a lot of these little hooks and a lot of these little crutches in the product. So partly like many technology companies, it's built to scratch our own itches, like the founders' itches and the things that we were stressed about. I'll throw out a couple of products from the past, but I've always been interested in this, like, kind of loosely called serendipitous product. So I don't know if anybody remembers Foursquare, or before Foursquare, Dodgeball, or Chat Roulette. Like, these were all about, like, how can you surface those moments of magic that might be lurking around you, that you might have missed, that might have just passed you by. And I used to talk with my friends about, like, I'd be sitting at Dolores Park in San Francisco. I'm like, how many people are in this park that know somebody I know, or went to school where I went to school, or like know my family, or like, and just, I'd be so interested in that. And from a tech perspective, I think we're still at the earliest days, but I'll pause there because I'm kind of rambling a little bit.
No, I love it. I mean, everyone's been talking about serendipitous connections, especially over the last year, and really in regards to that being like the piece that they miss the most about in-person events. But the truth is, it's not just technology gives us a lot better of a view into that, right? It's not just like randomly bumping into someone in the elevator who's amazing. You have this great conversation. With technology, you have the ability to kind of like sort through millions of people and tie all those things together. How many people do you know in the park that might know someone you know? Well, at an in-person event, it's literally just luck if you happen to run into someone that has that. With technology, you can like pin exactly. One of the things I liked when I was talking about kind of the post features, like when the networking session is over, then I got like this little list of questions. I met Deborah King. Would I want to meet her again? Yes or no? Was she a great networker, and why? And I know that you guys are obviously using that data afterwards to make this a better experience for your users time after time. And that's kind of the power. It's not just about like randomly bumping into someone, but it's about the curation of those connections. And then, like you said, giving it a time limit and a topic and all that important stuff.
Yeah. And there's a lot of different pieces in the world of machine learning. We talk about training data, right? Like, and how do we train our algorithm to make better matches? And we're also navigating between the two problems of, how do you spark a new relationship? So almost like a browser, right? How do we let attendees that use our product browse the world of other attendees that are out there, but bookmark the ones that they're interested in, but also give us feedback, give the algorithm feedback that can help us make better matches in the future. So it's a short game and a long game. The short game is quick, efficient, pleasant interactions that don't go on too long, but are long enough to like allow you to have a taste of the other person and see if it's someone that can enrich your life, that can change your perspective, that you might want to do business with, but also like keeping the flow going of potential new contacts. But there's a handoff where, as a tech platform, you have to start thinking about, does it make sense for us to help people stay in touch? And this has traditionally been LinkedIn's domain. So is there a business behind the business? So if our business is powering events and helping event profs be successful and helping event profs deliver joy to their attendees, is there a business behind the business to help the attendee manage the people that they've met and manage their graph and keep in touch with the ones they want to, and make sure that the ones that they don't are not bugging them, and all these kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Even some of the people that I may have thought like it was a great conversation, but I wouldn't necessarily want to be paired with them again, because there's just, like, we kind of talked about what we want to talk about. But I think that ability to manage that in the long term, especially the more people are using Twine for various events. And one of the things that's great is you guys kind of like plug into other experiences and virtual platforms. So I could imagine that people will be using Twine a lot, and then all that data is just sitting there. It's helpful for you, not only on that side, but for us to say, I met this person 7 times already. It actually came up in one of our discussions. Like, if there were only 3 of us, would we just keep getting matched? And I was like, I'm sure that would not happen. They're not just going to keep like rotating the same 2 matches, right?
Yeah, that's right. You can only be matched in a room with one person. And there's one other aspect that we should talk about. When someone flags like, I don't want to be matched with this person again, it can mean a couple of things. It can mean, great person, but just not a match for me. Yeah. But it could also mean like, I didn't feel safe. And so we're very conscious. We have a woman co-founder on the Twine team, Diana, that from the earliest days has been very conscious about the safety of our users. We now have Anne on staff as well, so giving us event prof domain expertise, but also representing from a woman that's been at many, many, many networking sessions. Yeah. And it's a little bit of a different experience. So you have to be conscious of that safety element. The company I mentioned, Chat Roulette, they died, or at least they died for a long time, and the pandemic has kind of brought them back, but they died because they did not manage the safety issues. There were no guardrails. There was and they lost all the women because the women didn't feel safe on that platform. And so it's a whole other element where, yes, automated controls and settings are great, but you also need to allow people to raise their hand and say, I need help, or this person should not be part of this community, and these kinds of things.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned like Chat Roulette. This is not something that's new, serendipitous connections, but connections have kind of changed during the pandemic. And obviously it was a great breeding ground for the launch of Twine and the launch of lots of products like what you're doing. How do you think networking and connection is going to look post-pandemic?
Yeah. So the assumption that I'm starting from and we're starting from is that the exciting thing about networking, and there's a whole discussion to be had about the word networking. I think if people that follow me on Twitter, there's a lot of baggage associated with that word, and could, as an industry, we come up with a better word? That's a challenge I'll put out to the folks. And if you have ideas, please post them in the comments, because I'm very interested in this topic. But the assumption that we're starting from is that networking is one of those rare things that has the potential to be 20 times better online than in person. And I'm an in-person, I've spent most of my career in the world of in-person events. I believe in the magic of in-person events. But with networking, there's some barriers that can be overcome virtually that cannot be overcome in person. So the problem of accessibility, what if that amazing person happens to be a parent and we're not able to take 3 days off and jump on a plane? Suddenly, with a virtual networking experience, you could have access to those people and they can have access to you. So this whole concept of accessing is incredibly exciting. I hope it's something that doesn't fade away post-pandemic. But there's also concepts of algorithmic matching, which is what can software learn in a more scalable way that makes better matches, that helps you find the perfect connection. And then finally, there's the concept of kind of continuing the connections. And this is when we start to veer into the realm of community organizing and community building. And I think as an industry, we're all very interested in that, is can we extend the shelf life of our events and turn them into something that don't die after 3 days? They're not these ephemeral flowers that bloom beautifully and forcefully and then die, right? How do we turn them into something more like elephants, which is a metaphor that I like, that are thundering on, that are living for 130 years, that remember everything. And I think that networking can be an important pillar in that, because as I think about audiences, so audiences watch content, they consume, they learn, but they're standing in their little silo and they're eating, they're drinking from the fire hose. Communities also learn and they consume top-down content, but they also have a relationship with the people around them. And that's the difference. That's the difference between an audience, a show, a performance, and a community. And as I think about the tools available to our industry to strengthen communities and to build communities, finding ways to connect your people seems to be it's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So as I think about the next chapter, like, I'll be very honest, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what attendees are going to do when they have the choice of tapping on a link or jumping on a plane. Maybe it's they do different things at different times, but I just don't have a sense yet of the behavior patterns that's going to emerge. But what I do know is there's tremendous potential in technology-powered human connection, and that's before we even get to platforms like AR, technologies like AR and VR, which could be a whole other step forward.
Yeah. I mean, that community piece, event people have been talking about 365 community for years and years. And it always seems like what you're talking about. It's just kind of like the event happens, it's amazing, it's powerful, and then it dies. And even if you try every trick in the book, the community disappears, and then you build it all again before your next annual event. What I think the pandemic has done is make it so that is just more possible than ever, that we have a 365 community because of all these virtual tools that, even though they existed before, people just weren't as comfortable using them. We've talked a lot today, mentally exhausted, not just zoomed out, but just their brains are fried. They don't want to be sitting on Zoom all the time. But, I talked to someone last night. I got matched with someone. I said, "Hey, how's it going? How are you enjoying your Twine experience?" He's like, "This is the most fun I've had in a whole year," because there is still like life-giving that happens when you meet someone new and cool. I think I had 11 connections yesterday, and it was just each time you're like, man, that was so great. And then you want to continue that. And that kind of power is, I think, so important for event organizers to have at their fingertips. As we think about hybrid and the return to in-person, I can see it, but do you see kind of Twine playing a role in, or just in general, kind of virtual networking playing a really big role in the success of something like hybrid, where we talk all the time about how these two audiences have to connect with each other?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of thinking about this right now. We put out an article a day or two ago that was basically said that this idea that hybrid events are these two parallel tracks is actually not quite right. We think it's one stream. So what we're encouraging our customers and prospects to think about is not only the days of the event, but your pre-event period and your post-event period, all with an eye towards, can we turn these things into communities that last and are even more engaged for longer periods of time. So if you think about a framework of pre-event, during event, and post-event, the picture changes a little bit. It's not two parallel tracks. It's everyone's on a virtual stream. For the days of the event, the in-person people that get on planes, they fork out for a couple of days. And they have a different experience, and they may be dipping back into the virtual experience by virtue of the mobile event app or by virtue of the virtual tools. They're not locked into an in-person experience. But then post-event, everyone's converging again in this virtual event experience. So at Twine, we're trying to think, if this framework is right, how can we fit into this? And so we're exploring things like pre-event networking. And so one of the things that's cool is, like, if you're going to a big destination event, let's say you're going to Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, it would be really cool to know a few people before you got there, right? And so, like, the idea of making some friends before we go, there could be a safety element there. There could be I don't know, for the shy folks among us, it's nice to say, "Hey, I just landed." Like, you want to grab a coffee and walk over to the registration desk. Like, that's fun, right?
Yeah.
And then post-event, there's something about that event that drew us there, and so presumably we're all of some level of like-mindedness. And can we build on that? Can we start to build a community? And there's communities that have done that really well. Like, you look at Burning Man out here on the West Coast, and like, Burning Man is an identity, and that community goes strong year round. They're having little mini meetups in cities around the world, like every month, right? It's not like Black Rock City ends and everyone just goes home. Like, you're still a Burning Man person when you leave that. And they don't use a ton of tech, right? So I don't want to fall into the trap of, because the tech is better, then automatically we'll be able to flip the switch. There has to be something about your brand, your community, your experience that drives the strength of relationship with your people, that they want to engage with you. You can't force people to engage with you year round. They're going to have to want it. And it's not just the tech that's going to drive that.
Yeah, absolutely. The community is a huge piece of that. Diana from our team is always a big dreamer. She's a big visioner. So she's, as we're talking, she's texting me that we should do a Twine networking event to break the Guinness World Record for longest networking event ever. And as she's saying that, the introvert in me is thinking like I could, even an hour yesterday, I felt very drained. I was like, whoa, that was amazing, but I need a break. Is there, from your experience, kind of like a sweet spot in terms of, because one of the other ways to stretch this out over a year is to keep it slow and, to like keep it impactful and short and available all the time as compared to like 24 hours or more. Do you have experience? Do people love being on Twine for hours at a time?
I'm like you. As we were testing the product, we were running 16 Twines a day. And imagine me, an introvert, being responsible like for 16 hours of the day. And that's a long day of meeting people, completely random people from all over the world, right?
Wow.
I never regretted it, but the biggest comp I was able to come up with, it felt like I had been to the gym, right? Like I was tired and exhausted, but kind of exhilarated. And also there was the pandemic lockdown happening. So it felt like I was traveling the world. So that was kind of a cool dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
So we're very conscious of the intensity of the experience, and kind of like going to the gym, you can talk yourself out of doing it really easily. Like, oh, maybe I should just go do email instead. And like, does my hair look nice enough? Mine does not, for example, to connect with somebody online. So we're starting to work on some new formats that are going to be a little less intense. So we'll have some more news coming out on that in the coming weeks. But we're going to try and have different formats for different personality types.
Oh yeah, I know you're a big Clubhouse fan. We were talking earlier about audio only as a format. That would be interesting. I don't know if that's in your plans, but just this idea that people can kind of like get as engaged or as involved as they feel comfortable in the particular moment would be super interesting.
I'm kind of backing off my Clubhouse obsession.
Are you?
Because I'm not going back as much as I was, right? Yeah. And I'll still get pulled in. Like when I see you're online or Julius or Anne or somebody, I will pop in and see what's going on if I don't have something else going on. But now real life is coming back online. So like I'm going to my daughter's soccer games, and like I'm not just sitting around looking for notifications of things I can do. So I don't know. Audio only is interesting. I know Swapcard is experimenting, and they're smart folks over there. So I'm curious to see what they're doing. We're waiting and seeing on audio only because I think audio plus video is better. I know people are a little tired of it, but I think you get to know someone more.
Yeah.
You see them and you can sort of look in their virtual eyes.
Yeah, maybe more like, and I'm just kind of spitballing here, but maybe more like for continuing the relationship, like a Voxer type, where you're like, we met, we had a great conversation. Then, I just saw this thing that I thought you would like, I don't know. And I agree. I'm going back to Clubhouse less and less. I don't even think I've opened the app in a few weeks at this point, just because for me, it was like a lot of the same conversations. Every time I logged in, I felt like it was the same 5 topics over and over and over again with different people leading them. And to your point, the more in-person comes back, things start to change. And that's going to be so interesting to see how that impacts our behavior and all the things that we loved during the pandemic. Do they become habits and we love them again, or still, or is it kind of like, okay, well, that was fun while it lasted and now got to move on?
And this is the $1 billion question. If you're an investor in Silicon Valley or elsewhere right now, you're placing your bets about which behaviors are fundamentally changed for the rest of time, or which are the ones that were momentary blips. Like an example for me is like, I work out in the garage now and it's actually pretty good. Like, I don't think I'm going back to the gym, but I know like if there's a band that I like in the neighborhood, I can't wait to go see a band. Like watching it on Zoom is just not the same thing. So it's trying to figure out which behaviors are going to stay and which ones are going to snap back. It's a very, very big topic right now.
Yeah, let me bring in some of these comments that we're getting. One person says they work for a nonprofit that serves people with limb loss and limb difference community, and continuous engagement is something that they would love because a lot of them are not able to travel. They may feel isolated. And I think even beyond that particular community, I think that's something, this idea of constantly being able to connect with other people at times that makes sense. I can totally, I mean, I know why it's valuable.
So let me comment on that. So we have a foundation that's run by my co-founder, Diana, and we look to basically donate the software to communities that we believe are making the world a better place. So that's one that checks the box. So reach out to me and I will put you in touch with Diana, who runs our foundation. We'd love to help with that one.
Well, that was great. Perfect. Awesome. Dahlia said Clubhouse is losing its luster, but it taught us event profs that we are still super creative and kick-ass on embracing and learning new tech and how to weave it into our experiences. Exactly. I think that's why I like to try things like Clubhouse, is not necessarily because I think it's going to be the biggest thing forever, but it's similar to, I always use the example of like Snapchat. I hated it, but the idea of like a swipe to, instead of like a menu that you click and it drops down, you swipe to get to whatever you need. And now you see that on every website, and you kind of take what you can take from it and then apply it where it makes
That's right.
sense.
And the consumer apps tend to drive the innovation. So for all of us in the industry, like download that app your kid is using, or that your babysitter is using, or your friend is using. Like we got inspirations from apps like Marco Polo, obviously from some of the early, like there's one called It's Me, there's Clubhouse, there's so much experimentation happening right now in the face of the pandemic that there's so many tools that as event profs we can learn. One other comment I'll make is that before the pandemic, there were a handful of event profs that I knew of that were really interested in geeking out about this stuff. And Liz, frankly, it was you, it was Dahlia, it was Anne. I can probably count on two hands the number of event profs that I knew that really were fascinated about this stuff. That has changed. And so now every event prof I talk to is suddenly an expert. And I'm saying that for real. Like, these folks have spent the time on the platforms. There's Event Profs Break Shit that is grassroots testing a lot of new products that are out there. And so that's exciting. That is going to change our industry that our industry is just trained for the next chapter. So it's so exciting for me to see, because I always felt like I was kind of pushing the boulder uphill, trying to sell event apps in, and like, look at all these cool things you can do. And then the fog of war descends on the event, and the event planner's like, I got 10 million things to worry about, and the app is one of them. But now, in the face of the pandemic, tech is just not one of many things. Tech is an enabler for everything, and that's exciting to me. Yeah,
I always say, like, I feel like everyone wants to talk about now what I've been wanting to talk about for the last 10 years, and it's events like this with Dahlia and Brant, and like you said, we were the ones who've been talking about this and theorizing about what it would look like in the future. And, so now there's so many people who are interested. I mean, these events are like constantly getting so many views and so much interest because people really want to learn this stuff, which is huge for our industry. It just opens up so much potential. I know that, Anne was putting a link. You guys have an event coming up, right? We want to make sure we share that.
Yeah. So let me give a quick promo. So this concept of 365 events that can somehow morph into year-round communities. I know it's a topic on a lot of people's minds. So rather than put together a panel of experts, what we thought we would do is introduce the topic and then roll right into a Twine to talk about these topics. So you're going to be talking, each of you who joins is going to be talking with a number of other event profs about this topic and how different ways that people are thinking about it. So that's happening Friday morning. And Anne is going to post a link, but it's happening Friday morning, I believe at 9 o'clock Pacific time, 12 o'clock Eastern time, and whatever time that is in Calgary, Anne, as well.
Awesome. Okay, perfect. So we want definitely for people to check that out. I think this is a great, the user generated content is great, instead of getting the panel together and preaching about what this really means, letting people be part of the conversation. So I saw Anne had posted that you have to be ready to be part of the conversation if you join Wednesday, which is great. Let's see here. Oh, Rachel's getting into this the Guinness World Record idea. I don't know. You might have to do something with this now, Lawrence. I don't know that I can.
Yeah, I like it. So there's technical limitations that, even if you look at Fortnite, the number of players that they can have concurrently in a game, and they have engineering horsepower over there. There is a limit. But the thing about Twine is that we separate out all into these private rooms. So we don't believe we have a limit. Of course, someone's going to test us on that, but I would love to keep driving the truck over the bridge until the bridge collapses. So if anybody wants to kind of help pull together the largest networking room ever assembled, we'd love to try that.
Okay. Now you got the wheels spinning. I like the idea of largest networking room as compared to longest. But
Yeah.
again, that's the introvert. That's great.
Right.
All right. Well, I love what you guys are doing with Twine. I think it's so huge, not just for our industry, and not just for virtual, but just long term. I think these are the kinds of conversations that help us be more successful year round, not just with our events, but with that community piece. And I think that is really key. I always talk about happy attendees is happy sponsors, it's happy exhibitors, happy everything else. The key is to make sure that the people who are most in demand, your attendees, love what you're doing so that they keep coming back, and, everything else kind of falls into place. So thank you so much for sharing with us today, for sponsoring this event to make it free for so many people to get the content, and also for giving us the chance to test out the Twine platform yesterday. I know the event profs really loved giving it a run. Hopefully we can do it again soon.
Thanks, Liz. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. So that brings us to the end of our amazing, geeky learning day. Thank you so much to all of you for watching on all the different platforms. It has been, I know I have learned a lot, and I hope you all have as well. I'm going to end the broadcast, and you'll immediately have access to the recording. So if there's anything that you missed, I know some people had to go in and out, of course, because it's a pretty long day. You will have access. We're going to keep the live, like the recording of the live event up for the next 24 hours or so. And then we're going to take it down and edit it into individual sessions, since we did have some weird break in the middle. And, so that way you can kind of digest the content session by session. So thank you all for joining us today. Love seeing so many fabulous faces. Dahlia, thank you for joining us all day, and so many great people who have participated in this event and all of our other events. It makes it all worth all the work and planning. So thank you guys for participating, and thank you again to Twine for sponsoring this event and making it something that we could open up to so many different people. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Hustle hard, and we will see you in the events industry very, very soon.